Hey, y'all. Happy Sunday. I hope you guys are having a good weekend or had a good weekend. Most of you, it's late in the evening. Some of you, it's not super late, but I hope you're all having a decent Sunday. I just figured I'd come on and say hello right quick and talk to you guys for a moment. And yeah, there's a lot on my mind. A lot on my mind. Let's go. Hey, everybody. I'll give you guys an update in just a minute. Hey, Pika. Hey, Daisy. Hey, Peanut Shell, Avie, Taylor with Stitch and Bitchin' and more. Michigan Matt, Janice in Accounting, Whispers in the Shadows, Muddy Puddles, Chatty, Teresa, Am, Jojo Nanny, Steph, Grammy Nini, Mystic Butterfly, Catherine, Kitty Coo, Kathy R, Liberty Farmer, Thor. How's everybody's weekend? Hey, Forever Army, Bama Trucker, Darby C, Midwest, Lorraine, Go Ask Alice, Sandy. Kyle is not doing better. He has had no improvement whatsoever. So before I left tonight, they started running new labs and they're looking for anything else to see what's going on because he is not improving. He cannot be without the oxygen. He was off it for a little while earlier today. I helped him take a shower and he can like stand up for a little while, but his oxygen saturation just dives again. And he should be starting to kind of round the corner. So they're running all the tests and checking everything else out. They switched his IV over, but they're trying to figure out what else is going on because he's not making any progress. They might have to switch his antibiotics up, but it's just a really, really horrifying strain. So it's been very stressful. He is trying to keep his mind occupied, but he's just feeling like shit. So he finally ate a little bit tonight, but he has had no appetite. He's dehydrated, of course. All the things. So it's been a rough weekend, but he is still there and he'll be there until they see improvement. So maybe, hopefully overnight they see something change, or we'll just keep on waiting it out. But I'd rather have him there than come home and then crash and something worse happens. So they are being aggressive about how they're looking into things. So it's just exhausting. The girls are stressed out majorly. The one had a really rough night last night. Kyle is kind of what they see as like a superhero. So they did x-rays already of his lungs. Bex, they're starting with blood work, but depending on how that goes, and I'm really sorry about your health. That's what I always say. Like, it always could be worse. He's in great hands. His staff has been amazing. Everything's like, you couldn't ask for better care and things like that. It's just, he's just not progressing. So we'll see what they're doing. Bex, they did test his urine to make sure he doesn't have, I don't remember even the name of the bacteria in his urine too. So they're checking everything. So yes, they're giving him IV fluids, antibiotics, breathing treatments. He's on oxygen full time. He's been working on his little breathing machine thing. He's got a suction device. Yeah, he's getting IV antibiotics and oral antibiotics. So all the things. But he's in good hands. He's in definitely good hands. I know that can be really scary being on well, I don't know for sure myself, but I've heard the anxiety of being on a transplant list is a lot. So thinking of you. Hey, everybody coming in. We are just moving day by day, though. Everything's okay. Like one foot in front of the other. It could always be worse, right? That's what I always say is like, it could always be worse, which we don't want it to be worse, but for now we're doing as well as we could. So he's in very good hands. Yeah. His nurses have been awesome. He's also not the type to tell anybody when he's not feeling well. So even the nurses have been like trying to tell him like, look, you have to tell us. We don't know how you're doing. So you have to tell us. So he finally like, I'm hurting really bad when I'm coughing and stuff. So they started Toradol and Tylenol, but he just is he's never been inpatient before ever. So this is all a new experience. And he hates even me like waiting on him or doing stuff for him. He's just not that type. So he's learning, but he got a nurse this afternoon that was like, I need you to tell me this, this, and this. Like she was a little bit more aggressive and it was great. So he's had some exceptional nurses. Yeah, Mercedes girl, he's got one of those spirometers. And he's been doing that. So we're just one foot in front of the other. Thank you to everybody that's reached out. You guys have been amazing. Everybody's been reaching out, checking on Kyle, everything like that. I'm just so exhausted at this point that I have responded a little bit here and there, but between running the girls back and forth, I took both of the littles to see him because they were really worried and stressed out. And then the one, it made her even feel worse because she was worried about his oxygen, and seeing him like that was really hard for her. And then the other one felt better after seeing him and hugging him. So it's been kind of an emotional roller coaster for both of them. They're, like for most of you guys know, they've been with me for 10 years, but the stability for them and just consistency, things like when things are off kilter for them at all, like somebody's sick, it really upsets the entire balance of the house. So they've been struggling. They've been struggling for sure. So we will just keep it moving, but they're doing a little bit better tonight. So they just don't, they manage stress pretty well. Oh, there he is right there. He's been bored as hell. He's watched all sorts of TV. His parents did stop by today too. So that was good. I think that was better for them too, that they actually got to put eyeballs on him too. Just to give you guys kind of a once over, like I told you guys, most of you guys know this stuff's going around, but they have 28 beds in this one unit, 28 rooms. And of the 28, 18 of those rooms are something to do with influenza, respiratory virus, RSV. Like 18 of the 28 are that. They had 15 people waiting for beds yesterday morning. This morning they had 6. Those nurses are amazing, titanium built. Nurses, our medical staff never gets. Nurses are truly a special kind. He's had great nurses. Oh God, they switched his IV, and I jinxed him on that because I told him, be prepared. He hates needles, like hates them. And I said, chances are they're going to switch your IV site because they don't want to get bothersome. And sure shit, she came in and she's like, okay, we're going to draw for labs. She was going to try and pull it off the IV and it didn't have anything. So I knew. I was like, oh, shit. So she poked him. She did a butterfly and got her labs, but then she's like, I'm going to move your IV. And I was like, oh, oops. But she she ended up getting him right away. But then she's like, I don't know exactly what she said to him, but she's like, thank you. She's like, he goes, thank you, I guess. And she's like, you're welcome. She's like, and just so you know, it didn't cause me any pain. No pain whatsoever. Nothing. Like, I'm glad I could help out. Just, giving you a gift before I take off for the day. Like, she was such a smart ass. It was great because that's how he is. He was doing his little spirometer thing, and he told one of them, was it the respiratory therapist? I don't know who it was, but she was like showing him how to do that. And he's like, oh, I've done machines like this before, but usually they have smoke out of them, implying it would be a bong. So, he's still ornery. Yeah, Darby, I'm pretty much immune to him. I don't even, being a heart patient, even Alana was like, they don't bother me anymore at all. The biggest thing is like distracting yourself and breathing through it. A lot of people hold their breath. And people think I'm crazy because I prefer having them in my hands. The lower down my arm, the less they hurt. So if it doesn't need to be a big IV, I always ask for them in my hands, and people think I'm crazy. It hurts so much less in your hands. I hate them in my wrist. Don't prefer them in my neck at all. Been there, done that too. Nope, no thank you. But the spirometer stitching, yeah. He's actually got pretty good. I tried it and I was like, oh hell no. Oh, Thor, I hope he does okay. Gosh, it's really whatever is going on. You guys, please do not, like, if you have loved ones that are getting this, take it seriously. This shit is turning south for so many people so fast. Like, it is, and it's across the country. Like, it is everywhere. You have to have a pick every time. Yeah. I hope she doesn't catch anything on her flight too, Thor. That sucks. You find yourself to be a mouth breather? Kyle's a snorer too, so. Anywho, that's the update there. Everything's, they're going to keep him. Yeah. Please be careful between the weather that some of you guys are getting hit with and then these viruses going around. Like, it's starting off with a hell of a bang. 2025 is. Like I said, they had 15 people waiting for rooms yesterday morning and 6 this morning trying to find beds for it. Like, they're admitting so many people. And it's not just elderly people, but pneumonia can be all of it. So bad weather for you guys. Because as well as I can be. I'll take care of myself when everybody else is okay. I have on and off, T-Dub, on and off. He had a fever, a lot of cold sweats. He had a really like deep, dry cough. And then just overall, like, felt like shit, like headaches. But by the time he went in, he had been sick since before Christmas. And he just progressively kept getting worse. So by the time he went in, he was in rough shape, like extreme headaches. He was blood pooling. His skin color was grayish. Yeah, babe, no, we're good. We're good. My birthday is, we're totally good. Emergency in zinc. Oh, good. Thor, I hope everything goes okay. I'll be thinking of her. Yeah, T-Dub, it started off with like a basic cold symptoms and it's turning, but a lot of it's turning upper respiratory for a lot of people. They have RSV going around, influenza, and some other stuff. It's really kicking people's asses. Like, if you are sick or any of your loved ones are sick, be proactive. Even if you're a man, be proactive because it's seriously scary. So, Aries, that's been the grand jury thing was a rumor that was created by Crime Time Buzz about a week and a half ago. There is no indication that they are meeting for anything to do with Sebastian's case. Grand juries are private and secret for a reason. Nobody would even know. The rumors are swirling, but that was actually started by Crime Time Buzz about a week and a half ago. And then Spanky and other Green Team members ran with that information. but she concocted that story herself. So I do want to talk about a little bit of that, because I tell you what, being away from this and like sitting back and listen, I have heard so many fucking lies since Friday, from both sides, And I mean like the pro Chris and Katie side to the pro Seth side. I'm just astounded. Like sitting back and actually looking at this stuff and seeing how many, I'm disgusted, to be honest, with so many people. The list is so fucking long. We'd never even have time to get through it. But the flat out blatant fucking lies, I want to talk about a few of them. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you guys so much. Yeah, if you guys are sick, please take care of yourselves, your loved ones, because it's shit. This shit is not good. Ooh, and your armpit? Nope. No, Marcy. No. Yeah, Bama Trucker. Grand juries meet usually a couple times a month, depending on the area. Sometimes they meet weekly in different areas. There's nothing about it. Tebow, they should be. But the crazy thing is for me is watching people that know that this filing is frivolous and chaotic, and how much they're like doing to distract away from the I'm not sure. It's not just the pro Seth Rogers side. It's definitely a mixture of chaos being concocted by both sides. And like I said, the blatant lies. Like for example, blatantly hearing people deny that they knew that it was UA that called Betty's attorney. What? Are you guys okay? Like, what has infected your brains? It is stated when that phone call got played who it was that called over and over and over again in the live stream. Do people just not care? And then to sit there and hear people say, well, I can't believe that these people go real life. Well, sitting by somebody that went real life on this family from jump. What? I got so much shit I should talk. I got so much fucking shit I should talk, but I don't really care. Truthfully, some of it I do care about, some of it I don't. The other thing I want to talk about is this whole back and forth. Yeah, Bama, right there. We're going to talk about that. I've never seen somebody roll up a dollar bill and have a snorter for a troll. You are out there. First and foremost, let's back it up. Back it up. Because the intentional posting of a video after they were out there filming with Chris, searching. And then the next very video that comes out is a spirit box. So people take it and run with, oh, Chris and Katie are doing this, and Chris and Katie are. These people latch themselves onto this family. Let's be very clear. Whether the family is communicating with them or not, these people have latched themselves onto these families in one way, shape, or form. They're either using Seth or they're using Chris and Katie. One way or the other. It's all the same. These creators are intentionally using their connections to these parents to get inside information, to dangle it out here for content, to make it optically seem like this, that, and the other. It's fucking gross. All of it's gross. The blatant lies, the blatant hypocrisy, the blatant bullshit that is being concocted in this child's case while the child is still missing is astounding to me. And Brittany, the title of your live stream tonight, let me explain to you what happened there. So first and foremost, Chris and Katie didn't know it was Sebastian that was hiding under a vehicle. When they answered and were asked that, they said no. They said no, that wasn't Sebastian. But during the course of this investigation, things came to light. See, if you actually opened your ears and got out of the fucking drama and the little hate bubble that you're in of thinking you're so much better, you're true crime, right? If you're true crime, you'd know the facts of this. Well, let's talk about it because your title of your video tonight is coming up on that. They didn't know it was Sebastian hiding under a vehicle. When they were asked, they specifically said, no, it was not Sebastian, because they were not aware that it was Sebastian. During the course of this investigation, things came to light that somebody was hiding under a car at the neighbor's house, but it wasn't the neighbor's car. It was the neighbor's son's girlfriend's car. That somehow came out during this. The person, the neighbor, supposedly went to the house after they found him and scared him off, and he ran back home. And obviously they were not there, so they never were informed, to my understanding, that it was Sebastian under the car. So when they were asked about if Sebastian was hiding under a car, the answer would have been no, because they did not know. Duchess, am I saying that correctly? I don't know. I don't think I'm missing any details of that, but they didn't know. Yeah, go ask Alice. That came out. That's, I think, what, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago is when we found that out, that they had learned more information through this whole investigation situation, and it was likely to have been Sebastian. But again, it's not caught on camera. It was a story that came out after the fact. What's definitely my calling? Being a nurse. I'd love to be a nurse if I could handle going back to school without punching somebody in the face. Oh, what, babe, quit getting all mushy. He's, aw. Aw. Poor guy. He's apologized nonstop, Kimberly, about my birthday, and it's just silly because I'd rather have him for the next 10 years than worry about one single day. Yeah, they were never told about it. They were never told about it. They were never informed. Yeah. Revival, Cantonio wants his obituary. Maybe we should wait until you're round in the corner, babe. Maybe we should wait. Yes, Chris, it was. But then when they were asked about it, they didn't know about it. Like, they must not have been home if the neighbor went to contact them, anything. They were never told by the neighbor. And I don't think there was video footage. I don't know if they went back and found video footage or anything like that, but the answer would have been no. They were not informed about this. So I think it's coming to light that from the time he got home from school, and what I would assume from this is from the time he got home from school till the time they got home from work. Hey, Mike. There's some time frame. So, I mean, it is what it is. The answer would have been no, though. They didn't know. So that's why, as this has gone on, yes, allegedly, in my opinion, KT, yes. So this is why things like, and they're like, why did they lie about it? Why did they say no? Well, fucking because during the investigation, as things come to light and people start putting pieces of the puzzle together and people start talking, that's how things come to light. That's how investigations work, you fucking idiots that claim you're true crime. Yeah, there you go. Patty, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you so much. I got that. I appreciate you so much. Yeah. Aw, Kimberly, he's a doll. He's overly sweet, especially when he's sick. He's like, he doesn't have the spunk in him to argue. I really appreciate it, Patty. That was super sweet. Very thoughtful of you. All of you guys have been amazing. Thank you all for reaching out and checking on us, and everybody's been anything we can do, anything. We're doing good. One day at a time. Cause babe, take that back. Yeah, he feels like shit. If he's even saying it feels like I'm dying and I don't want to die an asshole. I'll continue on the legacy, babe, of being an asshole, but you're not dying. Thank you. Take that back now. Patricia, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you guys. Okay. So that's that. Simple fucking simple, like no big deal, right? But they got to be like, oh my God, it's nefarious that they didn't know. No, Patty, unfortunately, no. They're running a ton of lives. Oh God, they're running a ton of new labs to see if there's something else. They tested him for valley fever. They're testing for bacteria in his urine. They're running a bunch of other tests because he's not rounding the corner, and he can't, like, he can be off oxygen, but his stats plummet. So he's still in the hospital. Yeah, he's not coming home anytime soon. Well, unless he makes some improvement overnight. So fingers crossed something changes or they round that corner. I think they're looking to see if they need to change the antibiotics or if he's got a resistant strain of something or anything like that. So, oh, this hospital too. Let me tell you guys this really quick before I go back into my rant. Sorry, I'm just ranting about it all tonight. Miss Upper Thigh, I appreciate that, but it is not necessary. Thank you, though. Everybody just went through the holidays, you guys. We're okay right now. I appreciate it. When he comes home, I'm sure we'll have lots of meds to pick up and stuff like that, but we are doing okay. Thank you all. Oh my gosh, isn't that cute, Spivey? I love that picture. That was after we took the bulbs off. Whiskey found her way in it. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, I'll keep you guys updated on all the labs and stuff, and if they find anything. They said it would be probably a couple days for some of them to come back because of the specialty labs that they are. Fairy Meadows. Oh, I tell you what, anybody that has respiratory, like COPD, respiratory lung failure, anything, my heart goes out to you, because seeing people in respiratory distress is a whole other ball game. Like, that people take for granted, and that is one thing. Like smoking, I need to quit. But it is truly scary to watch people in respiratory distress. You have COPD, yeah. Oof. It's got to be scary, though. Like, that, being without oxygen. Ugh, yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys all so much. Thank you. I will let you guys know if we're in a spot. Right now, we're okay. I appreciate everybody offering, but please, everybody, take care of you guys. I know we just went through the holidays. Everybody's trying to recover, going through stuff. People are sick. There's a lot going on. So you have an occasional emergency inhaler. High 80s, low 90s, Mercedes girl. It got up to 92 earlier after he had a coughing fit but in order to keep him at like 95, he's on liters of oxygen. So they're trying to bump it down, but he puts it right back on. So oh gosh, Sniping S. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry for your loss. That had to have been horrifying. There's respiratory issues for anybody that goes through them. That's something I am not well versed in, and learning about some of this stuff has been really scary. Oof. Miss Upper Thigh, that's terrible. You're on 3 inhalers plus my nebulizer. Oof. Steph Annie, I'm really sorry. Yeah. Oh, for all of you that have lost somebody to rest, or you're going through it, sending positive thoughts. Revival, Duchess, Chico, Pika, Brianna, God, Janice in accounting. All of the girls have been reaching out and checking on me. T. Marie, I'm going to forget somebody and they're going to be offended. Please do not. Please understand, my brain is fried right now. But so many people have been reaching out, checking on us, and I so appreciate it. Oh, Mike. I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you for the support. My birthday was as good as it could be. Kyle went in, and thank God he did. That was my birthday present. Oh, and Bella is so depressed. Plus, I think she's got a tooth infection. So she started antibiotics again tonight when I got home. Kyle's missing Bella. Bella's missing Kyle. They're codependent. So it's been Thank you all for the birthday wishes, seriously. Okay, let me go back on my rant. What the fuck is going on, though? Why are people blatantly lying? And this whole thing about this, like, troll incident, okay? Let me go back to that. He puts a spirit box in the next live stream. It's laughed about. It's haha. No, then the green team uses it to just fucking shred Chris and Katie. Everything reflects on them. All of these creators, bullshit, the people that have been in direct contact with them and bragged about it repeatedly, used it as part of their content, everything falls back on them because from side to side, they do it. The green team does it, and so does the, I don't even know what you'd want to call it, the other side at this point. If they're the green team, then the other one's the gray team. I don't know what they're not great. I don't know what you'd even call them at this time, but the side to side shit, I sat there and watched people just blatantly lie, like blatantly lie. And they have videos on their pages. These people are real lifers and have been for jump. They've been inserting themselves next to these parents and using them and milking them for every single fucking thing, using their emotional status to grit any fucking thing to one up other creators on this app like they know something. What? And sadly, Chibo, it started before that. The red team. There you go. The green and red team. Am I wrong? Are you guys seeing it too? Stephen Crabtree, like what he did with this supposed troll and then his reaction to it. Let me be honest here. I don't think anything around addiction is funny. There is nothing around addiction recovery that is funny to me. Kyle has lost a brother because of addiction, and my sister has been in and out of prison, and I raised my nieces because of addiction. There is nothing fucking funny about this. So for creators to use this back and forth shit, calling each other junkies and shit, which I didn't even see that happened with the people that are being blamed by Stephen Crabtree. But again, I don't see all the shit. There's no excuse for this shit. There's no excuse. Fucking, you can open your goddamn app on YouTube all day long. They're sitting here milking this shit. All day, every day. And to see people flat out lie about that they didn't know UA was the one that called the attorney of Betty's. I talked about that August 31st. We were still trying to figure out who it was, like which name it was. But they knew. I went back and watched. They knew. By the end of it, they knew. She was in there telling them under the same name she's still in chats now. Like these people have inserted themselves so far. And the sad thing is, this isn't the first case it's been done in. Did anybody go back and find the CJ live in the Riley Strain case? Darby C, yeah. You know, but unfortunately, he inserted himself with Team Tony and Team Seth. If you think about let's take it back for a moment. If you think about the foundation of this case, again, there's so little information. There's so little details that we factually know from law enforcement. So people have concocted all these stories. But a lot of these people have inserted themselves around the parents, gotten close to the parents on one side or the other. Then they flip-flop from side to side. Then they expose this person or that person. These are choices grown adults are making. If your sobriety is in the balance, that is on you. If you are at the point where you're creating so much chaos and doing all these, like, and unfortunately, it's not just one side or the other. There are people that are doing this on both sides. It's just so disheartening to see. And yeah, I'm on a soapbox because I don't do that shit. I don't fucking do that shit. I don't want insider fucking info like that. There's a missing child. There is a missing teenager here. This isn't a fun and games. There's somebody that is missing here. And at some point in time, adults have to start taking accountability for their own fucking actions, and none of them do it. Oh, she's got an attorney now, Roxy? I've never seen so many people on TikTok and fucking YouTube with attorneys. Jesus Christ. Tell me you're a problem without telling me you're a problem if you have a fucking attorney on standby and say, I'm calling my attorney. Fucking what? What? Love you too, Miss Leah. I hope you're feeling better today. Sorry, I haven't messaged you back. It's so low, mother of two boys. It's so low. Sorry, I gotta mute. I gotta blow my nose right quick. And then, hold on. I got this one pulled up because Julie, okay, Julie did give me a good laugh, though, I will say, because Julie did her typical thing. So I'm going to laugh about this. And I think I am going to go over the other side, some of the bullshit and the blatant lies, because it's just fucking wild to me and nobody will say anything. Nobody will fucking man up and say shit. They sit there and a few people in chats will say that's not true. That's not fucking true. But they just sit there and blatantly lie to people and people are missing. Who are all of these people connected to? They sit there and point fingers. Oh, Nick and these guys are bad. The other side, who are you all connected to? And think about everybody that has had something real major fucking happen. Who are they all connected to? Oh my God, watch this. I did have a fucking laugh today about this just tonight. This is the lovely Julie.
1 second.
And before anybody bitches at me and says, oh, here's Becky talking shit about only one side. Y'all, this is the only energy I have. This is low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it what it is. It's low-hanging fruit. When my brain fucking functions a little bit better, I will be going back and showing some of the other lies from the other side because it's fucking gross. It's gross. It's all gross. So, yes, I'm going for low-hanging fruit right now because it doesn't take any brain cells to watch and have a laugh about this. Okay, that's it. There is no sound, Tebow. In the beginning, there is. You guys, this is Julie. This is just Julie, I'm waiting on your publisher to call me. Thor, I got that. Stitching, thank you for being a member for 15 months. Thank you so much. Stitching, I swear to God, I get so many screenshots of your comments when you stick up for me and push back when people are talking all this shit. I appreciate you so much. Seriously. It is very noticed and appreciated by a lot of us, Stitching. Just so you know, it does not go unnoticed.
I'll just put my phone on here. Hello.
Casey, it's not
someone named Triggered is on here. I have been triggered.
Hey, Elizabeth, thank you for being a member.
And I'm going to say something about it.
She's triggered.
Hi, Barb. I am triggered.
Oh, no.
And I'm going to say something. And it's been brought to my attention by more than one person about this. And I thought about it tonight, and I got upset. And
I just got, by the way, I'm not only a block bitch on my main account, I'm blocked on my fucking secondary account. I think she just has nonsense blocked over there, period. I don't even know how she knew about my backup account, but I tried making 2 comments in her earlier live stream today, thanking her on behalf of the island and allowing us to use her meltdowns and continued bullshit to raise $1,695 for the Black and Missing Foundation. I went in to personally thank her. Nothing. I'm fucking blocked. I don't even get an opportunity most of the time, these bitches. And
said, I am not going to be able to sleep.
Oh God, not her not being able to sleep.
Thinking about this because, and I spoke to a friend And she said,
You didn't speak.
don't go live.
No.
You're too upset. You're too emotional.
No.
You're going to say something you regret. People are going to take your video and they're going to twist it and they're going to make fun of you for it. And I said, I don't care, because they make fun of me anyway.
Well,
it doesn't matter. Hold on. I need tissues for this because I'm upset.
She needs tissues for her issues. Why does every time she does this, every time she comes on and she's triggered, she's like, hold on, I got to go get my tissues because I know I'm going to force a cry. Like, what?
How can I do this where you look where there's some light? I'll bring this closer to me. Dear Lord. All right. If I could get this higher.
Julie's computer tells her enough all the time. Her computer is like mine. It hates me.
Hold on. I'm going to try to pull these.
By the way, somehow YouTube did an update and I got that whole like, your video will just repeat. I left my computer open on YouTube the other day with the video playing and it has ran through and found some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I was like, what the absolute fucking hell is this? Let's see. Is this the one? Oh, that's it. She talks to herself like this. It's muted the entire rest of the time. It's it. This is it. Watch this, though. This is the best thing I've ever seen from Julie. Watch. Tell me this isn't epic. She's muted. I don't have her muted. She's muted on her end. They were telling her the entire time, we can't hear you. There's no sound. She is pouring her heart and soul out right here. She is just giving them the business. The hands are going and everything. Look at her. Shame fingers are going. Everything is flying. Julie, thank you again. Look at that. Look at that fucking fingers going. Everything's fucking flying. It is just going. Spirit fingers. I wondered about that new leaf. Silent rants, right? Silent films. Julie, this is your best. This right here. Look at how, ooh, she's getting close to that camera though. And look at those fingers. You was small. I think right there she was singing, don't want no short man, eeny weeny, teeny weeny, shriveled little short. I think that's what she was singing, if I'm being honest. Look at her. She don't want no short man. What in the world is that fucking thing? You need some tweezers to put that thing away with? That has got to be the smallest I have ever seen in my whole life. Get the F out of here. The entire time she's muted. I was sitting over here. We should caption this right over. This is like, I mean, one thing I got to say about Julia, she provides. She does provide some shit shows. There's no taking away from that. She does provide some epic shit shows. Julie does. Julie provides. Julie definitely, yeah. Yeah, she does this for 3 more minutes. Look at thumbs up. No thumbs up. Nope. This is like interpretive dance, except interpretive Julie reading. This is the best. This is the best tarot card reading I've ever seen. Oh, by the way, I'm going to need, Duchess and I came up with another, we think they're great ideas. We get the giggles about it. So we have 2 ideas. One I've already mentioned, and we're in the works of how to do that. And Duchess, Revival had a better idea than even our idea, so I got to talk to you about that one. But she suggested we turn that other one into a Julie situation and a fundraiser. So that might be worth our while to do on her behalf too. But the other, we are doing a Cabana Crew starter pack. So it will have some type of like deception deck card. they won't be called the deception deck. And this will be merch. We're designing all the things. So you guys are going to have to tell me what our starter pack comes with. We need dowsing rods, a deception card, probably a candle blob for a candle wax reading. But that will be the starter pack for a t-shirt, the Cabana Crew starter pack, dowsing rods, all the things. So you guys got to tell us what all we need to put into the starter pack. Toupees, optional. You know, and I've been working on designing the merch for the first shirt too. I just gotta. Isn't this the best, Am? Isn't this great though? She's just sitting here talking to nobody. Am, I need. What else can we put in that? There was something the other day me and you were talking about, and I was like, I needed to go in the store. I'm going to have to go back through our text messages because there was something that you said that I was like, oh, that's in the serpentine belt. There was something though that it was completely something I didn't even think. Restraining order. We need a restraining order on there for the Islander Cabana pack. Or an attorney, like something. A shovel. Yep. We need all the little things to go. Look at her though. She's typing in the chat to her people. She does come back. She comes back. She's probably live right now. I don't know. Let's look. I was watching her before I came live because but she's still in and out. So half of it's like this. And then you'll hear her.
Including his clothes, zipping his jacket, helping him bathe, helping him go to the toilet.
It's not the hater she's mad
cut
at.
Up his
Bruce Castor
pumpkin pie he likes into pieces because he can't use a knife to cut.
She says it's not the hater, so I don't think it's my fault this time. That it will be now because we watched her intellectual property once again of the muted film by Julie. So I'm sure I'll piss her off even more. But I mean, Julie, that was one of your best works yet. Truly, the silent films work wonderfully for you. I think you should stick to that. A whiteboard, yes.
And it's not the person who is staying and the 150 people or so, whatever, who responded. It's.
Did she ask me to again, Elizabeth? When did she? Hey, Smiles. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Cash. Yeah, I didn't know she did.
And it's not
happening. I already said no.
Who should know better, who saw it, who didn't say anything.
Yeah,
it's
pissed off.
A feeling. And just a feeling, but I'm an intelligent, I'm an intuitive person. I'm a sensitive person. When I'm being, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we totally know what you mean. The cutting in and out. This isn't my Wi-Fi. This is Julie's Wi-Fi. It is muting for her.
When people are club and you can't join.
Oh, in a club and you can't join. Julie, you can't sit with us, but I'm on the, by the way, for those of you that don't know, I am on the list of cannot be reposted in any of their Facebook groups. And for those of you wondering why the new green team movement, in my opinion, it's because they got a memo that they need to start showing up and supporting each other, unite the forces of showing how much better because they're on the right side of history. I think they had a team meeting or a Zoom call or something, and they all were told that they need to rally in support of each other and act like they like each other, even though Brittany J calls Betty an opportunist. Maybe I should replay that tomorrow. I should probably replay that. Brittany thinks Betty's an opportunist and Tony's a phony, and Betty thinks Brittany's a dumbass. But hey, they're all, they've got handlers. They're getting it together over here. But Julie isn't a part of that. She's on the outside looking in.
If somebody don't have any reason to know me yet, you're getting to know me. You're getting to know me as a person, as a creator. You're getting to know me little by little. with everything I put out, with each video I put out, each something funny I say, with each live I do.
I feel, can we take that back? I don't want to get to know you any further than we already have. Questionable opinions. Don't do that to Estelle Getty. I love Estelle Getty. Don't do that to her. I loved Estelle. This woman doesn't even have that in her. I was going to say maybe more like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, John Candy, but no, I love that too. Crafting, he's not making any improvements. Unfortunately, they're testing for everything again. For anybody coming in that's wondering, he's still in the hospital. He's not really making any improvements. They're running a bunch more labs to check for like valley fever. They're testing his urine to see if there's bacteria. Like they're being very proactive about trying to figure out what all is going on, because his oxygen sats won't stay up at all. And he's been on strong antibiotics for going on 72 hours now. So, well, probably more like 76 hours at this point, but
maybe you want to get to know each other. Write something about me.
Thank you for asking.
And you're going to exclude me. And it's not just
New Leaf, Kyle's in the hospital. He's got pneumonia.
Like I said, it's not just the person who wrote it or all the people saw it or read in it, but
he was taken in on Friday and he was admitted right away.
On YouTube.
I love this. Like that. The case
theoretically fighting for the same thing that I'm fighting for, which is to help an autistic child.
Yeah, Kat.
Named Sebastian Rogers. I have helped many able children.
Revival, I'm not so sure she even knows, and I don't think we're ever going to get a really good understanding because her computer is saying, not tonight, Julie, not tonight.
Autistic children in my life, including my own children, as an profound autism parent, is very from a level 1 parent or a level 2 parent. My child will never be able to take care of himself for the rest of his life. Dead. We will have to worry about our planning for him and paying for things.
I'm sorry.
Years after we're dead.
But we got to stop that. At some point in time, we got to stop that shit too.
No parent got to worry. And a 3-year-old out feels like. But even before I was, which I've been for 15 years.
See, this shit pisses.
To now 20-year-old young. I was a mother, what they call an Abbott school district.
After what we just listened to her do to Terry, this pisses me off when she plays the victim.
Right, which means that 80% of my students qualify for free or reduced lunch. I didn't take a cushy job in the suburbs. I had a self-contained 8th grade special education behavioral needs class. When I became an autism parent, I learned of a profoundly autistic child who I'd never worked with. I learned everything I could. We got training, Al and I.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Lived an extraordinarily isolated life.
Right, Steve.
Extraordinarily isolated life. Before there was, but it was like your personal friend.
Revival, but here's the thing, even like you don't whine. Like you guys don't whine about it. It's part of your life, and sometimes it's frustrating, it's hard, it's emotionally draining, it's all the things, but you guys don't whine about it. Like none of you guys do this shit. None of you guys. And there's a lot of parents of what Julie calls profoundly autistic children and adults all around us on these apps, all around us. Oh, Music City Mom. Somebody brought to my attention, I missed your comment the other day in my chat. You'll hear this when it gets to, I don't know if you're caught up yet, but I just started using Aura. It's called Circle by Aura for my girls' phones that they got at Christmas. It monitors every single link that they touch, you can watch. It allows you to block all sorts of things on there. Like it is insane the amount of control it has over devices. So I know that you were talking about something that happened with an iPad. If for some reason anybody needs a monitoring system, check into Circle by Aura. I got a discounted price for a family plan for $100 for an entire year. You get a 14-day free trial. And it's not Aura that's hooked to that crazy Lima chick at all. It's a completely different security monitoring company. But if you need something like that, please check into it. It monitors every single thing. You can limit things, you can block things. There's so much you can do on it. It is impressive. And I can see every single thing they do, every single thing. And it will tell you that even if ads pop up, it'll tell. This one does that too. It takes, I'll send you what it sent me. Remind me later. I'll send that to you. And this is not Elizabeth. He's a self-contractor, or he's a general contractor. So he's self-employed. I think it's a sign I need to stop smoking because my cigarettes never stay lit.
Friends, and they didn't want you to talk about the difficult things about being a profound autism parent. And I could tell by their silence when talk about the really tough times, which is like every day.
Pam, I think this might work.
I'm sorry, I'm
Babe,
crying tonight. They're gonna make fun of me for crying. Go ahead.
don't you start being Kenzie now.
I was 20 years old when Al and I get a babysitter to go out to dinner together, which we cannot walk out the door at any moment, to do whatever we want like anybody else. I think I'll do a coffee shop. No, you won't, because your kid doesn't. And he's been your kid.
It is so hard to listen to her.
Like, normally when you have a 20-year-old, you can leave the house, right? You could go out to paying a babysitter that costs more than the meal that you're going to eat.
Okay, and no shade here at all because everybody needs respite and help. But she does TikToks. The last time I saw her TikTok, she does TikToks where she talks about them going and picking the one that she brings into her videos up from, like, some people don't even have respite. Let me just say that. Some people don't have respite. It's 24/7.
So what happens?
She does need support.
Oh, by the way,
she does.
And
this isn't
years
it.
ago,
This isn't healthy.
about this abuse of autism.
She does get
because
respite.
I was so concerned and upset about the art reading online.
Right, Mother?
How these kids are being hurt all the time, losing their lives at the hands of their parents and caregivers. Because what? Because the parents and caregivers there's a lot of reasons. Getting the help or the resources that they need. Like, we weren't getting enough respite care. And for more respite care, they said no.
And that's amazing that she advocated to get respite care, but this isn't the proper support system.
20 hours a month is the limit for everybody. So I changed the law. I'm going to change the law.
Okay, great.
Julie, nobody else's help except my husband.
And legislation.
Having 20 hours a month for severely disabled kids. They now have 30 hours of respite care. And if they want to reverse, they're going to have to change. And it comes with $1 million of the government.
Oh my God.
Over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to get.
Why I have zero sympathy here for her is because, again, zero sympathy. I have empathy, but zero sympathy because she makes a choice every day to get on this app and completely bash and drag the parents of a missing child. Completely fabricates an entire story about people that she doesn't even know. Can you imagine if we did the same to her with what she puts online? I mean, serious, I would never, but she makes these choices. These are adult choices that she's making. You cannot use these excuses constantly when you're choosing to do this.
They call it the Soprano state for the corruption in the state. You know how hard it is to get convinced 100 million able children who can't vote, who will never be able to vote for.
Mother of two boys, she did help get a law changed in New Jersey for more respite care. She did.
I spent TikTok.
But that it's still
video after video after video.
And she trashes
sharing our lives, sharing my story, sharing my experience, all the mistakes that I had made to try to save families with young.
Which again, for me, I don't think, like, I don't care if your blood, none of that shit for me. It doesn't. But the fact that she got on this app trashing Chris because he's a step parent, and then it's fucking fucked up. All of it's fucked up. These are adult choices that so many people are making. So many people are making these choices to do this shit all day long.
Children from mistakes that we made along the way because we didn't have TikTok to presentation of profound on there.
Cash, he'd prefer you
right?
Pick on him like you normally do. He needs.
No, I was gonna get a lot of fun
riling up
on TikTok.
Get his honest going, Cash. Make him breathe.
And I showed her vulnerable, and I got.
He needs to cough it up.
I have 8,000 now to be exact. I have 9 videos for 1 million views. I have 2 over 5 million views.
We don't care, Julie.
The videos that I made, Ashton Rogers, 1,000 videos. Right now, about Sebastian Rogers video. See how far down you have before you find a video of me. Too far. Not too far. Because the videos, of which out of 1,000 videos, like 50 videos, have been viewed by over 1 million people, not a half total.
Right. Misinformation being spread rampantly.
500,000.
You fabricated your stories off of misinformation. Great. Wonderful.
Unique viewers. Like
right.
YouTube creator. You have 20,000 followers, right? 1,000 people join your live. But it's 1,000 each time. It's not like they would be like, oh, to get to 500,000 50 lives, 10,000 people time, but it has to be 10 different people equal.
I really preferred the silent film by Julie Truly.
The attention that I have brought, you're gonna talk about me, and you're gonna like I'm not a being of a community of creators.
No,
because I don't do everything a stupid person tells me to do.
Once again, a huge shout out to all you guys that are checking on Kyle, and seriously, it means a lot, you guys. We appreciate you guys a lot. All of you.
I'm not talking about Seth. Please, no, not talking about Seth. I ever criticize Seth, support Seth from the beginning. I still support him, and I absolutely him, although he against lots of over on, including being harassed by the same people who are in the RICO case now over on TikTok, way before me, defending him. I was the only person on TikTok.
Was she mad that she's not a plaintiff on the RICO case with them? What is this?
6 months that Sebastian had been missing. I was the only parent creator.
You guys are
prayer vigil.
Thank you.
Prayers. I picked out the poems. I rooted the other autism parents by reading the prayers and poems.
I just thought of a bunch of other people that reached out to me. Oh well.
But most importantly, all the creators. Okay.
Again, please forgive me if I didn't name you specifically. There's been so many people that have reached out. I'm going to forget somebody, so please don't take it personally. My brain's a little at this point. That's why we're doing Julie. And I got another thing to show you. She's pissed, Candace. She's triggered.
Child. And I don't think they're as severe as Spencer, although I don't know.
Liza, that's a good question. I don't know.
But as far as trying to help, not help connections with people. 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Put 1 in the chat if you can hear me.
We can hear you, Julie. We got you. You're back. She's not being
better up here. As bad as it is, it's better up here. I'm trying to fix it.
She doesn't have a crown with the green team. Speaking of the fucking green team, let's just go here for a moment because I got something to say about this too. What the absolute fuck is this embarrassing shit?
Concealer. So
by the way, that is some of the, please don't waste your money. El Maquillage is shit ass, according to Kenzie. There's better products, way cheaper.
Excited about this. I'm going to
I mean, do you whatever, but it's shit.
I'm going to apply it on maybe we'll do a members only and I'll review that with you guys.
Sure, great. Lovely. This is what I'm talking about, not the makeup.
Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you for the support. Last night, for those of you that might not know, or for those of you that do know,
Why are you guys out here showing your whole asses and acting so fucking foolish? Why are all you doing this? This isn't cringe. This is like, I get embarrassed for fellow
for
adults.
those of you that do know and who don't know, last night
What?
we got up to, if I'm not mistaking, we got up to 806 thumbs up, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Either you know or you don't. One or the other.
106 thumbs up. I mean, 806 thumbs up. And all of a sudden, while we were live, we lost over 100 thumbs up
Poof.
instantly.
They gone. Why? Who? Okay. Do creators sit around and check their fucking chats seriously to see how many thumbs up they have? Is that common? Do creators really go around and check the entire time that they're streaming to see? Like, do people do that? That's weird shit. I've asked for thumbs up probably in the 2.5 years, 10 times, maybe, for you to hit it. That is weird. This is weird.
We lost 100 thumbs up.
You know a lot who do,
And
Trixie?
I thought that maybe we would get them. Hey, Burger Patty, good to see you. I thought maybe we would get them back. You know, like YouTube would level out. Oh, we got up to 811. Is that right, Jay? So Jay Baumgardner said it was 811. Okay. So we got 811 thumbs up.
Who cares?
And then all of a sudden we went back down to like 600 and some change.
That's over 100.
I've never seen that happen before.
Okay. And
has anybody else ever seen that happen?
No, and I don't care, but why?
And there were many of you in here last night that you saw that. You guys saw that happen.
Some asshole might have been sitting in a Discord. It's called trolling, telling everybody to go hit the thumbs up and then telling them to not do that. I'm not saying that happened for sure, but people are assholes and troll people. The math doesn't math usually for this one because, you know, that's just typical. But this is cringe, people. She is so desperate to hit 1,000. 1,000 thumbs up. Okay, cool. I don't, whatever. Do you. Like, okay. But this whole fucking making a huge deal, like, this is fucking weird, people. This is weird. And it's becoming a nightly thing where she's like, can you all please? Like, oh, why?
And it wasn't simultaneously either, guys. This happened in an instant.
Oh.
In an absolute instant. It was done.
Yep. Maybe
1 second you looked and it was 811. The next second,
you didn't even know it was 811. Somebody had to tell you that's how many it was.
It was freaking 1 second, guys.
You don't even know. Can somebody can you guys give her the correct information before she tries to do this? Seriously, please. Call Nick. Nick, like, is it bots? Could it be bots? Could it be a glitch? Like, seriously, I've never seen somebody get so hung up on shit like this. What the hell is this shit? Some have polls to remind people to hit. I've seen that. I've seen that a lot. I don't have a problem with people asking for thumbs up. This is just weird to me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a me thing, but this is
wow. Hold on.
And to me, this is what if I was a sub of hers, even if I liked her, which I don't.
Okay.
It's there. But I would go on.
Let me see. I don't know. I wanted to share that with you guys.
So you
thought that was just absolutely mind blowing. Honeybee says, I didn't think that you could take away a thumb. I don't know. I guess you can. But
Okay.
I find it hard to believe over 100 people took their thumbs up down. I don't believe that.
There's glitches, just like every month when somebody renews and you say, you've been here a lot longer than that. Like there's glitches, obvious. Like what? Right, Patty? That's what I'm saying. Like it's so weird. And I'm not saying
Give
it's
me. I need just a second, guys. I gotta. I forgot.
I mean, just stop. Oh, some people whine way too much for me. That shit hurts my head. Okay. And I gotta give a shout out over here to the brows. The brow situation was really browing today. I'm sorry.
Is using their 2025 wisely every day, making every day count, and
What is going on with these?
just doing what you can.
What's going on with that brow?
Doing what you can.
Jesus help me.
I wanted to play something else here. Hold on just a minute here. Let me get this down. Hold on.
What is up with that brow? Who drew the roller coaster on? Tell me that's not fitting. Can one of her friends help her out here? Can one of you help us? You just can't help it, okay? What am I supposed to do with this? Liza, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, what? Maybe she's got really bad vision. I mean, Lippy helped. Oh gosh, I can only imagine what Lippy had to say. Oh no. One gave the fuck up halfway through and then kind of had a rebound and then came back for a little bit. Nash Native, I mean, the one's over there barely hanging on and kind of trails off, and the other one's just like, it's been a fucking roller coaster day, and here I am to shine. What? I told you guys, I was going for the low-hanging fruit tonight, not to expect any better out of me tonight. Like, my brain's fried, and here we are, all right? Like, it is what the fuck it is. Oh, God, no, Mike. I don't care if people ask for a thumbs up. It's just the constant whining about it. Like, the constant whining. Can we please get to 1,000? Like, every night, there's a whole, like, all this bullshit about, it's just, that's emotionally draining to hear somebody, grown-ass adults, whine about that shit. I mean, do you, but stop whining. But these brows, though. Unhoused, which one? Oh. Stop, the press is not that, Karen. Can 75 of you go take your likes away and hit the thumbs down, please? So I can have a bitch session next. Oh my God, no. What the fuck is with this? And then she goes on to do this. Then she goes on to like go into like, oh man, let's hear what she has to say. I mean, this is her avatar picture. So we got roller coaster brow. And then we go to fucking, the poor dog looks scared. The dog's looking at your brows, ma'am. Leave that poor dog alone. Babe, stop lying. He still is in the hospital. Yes, he's still in the hospital, but he's not making much progress at all. He's going to say that till he's positive. The power of positive thinking. He's saying he's feeling better. Poor guy. You know how hospital beds make you feel all clammy and sweaty and stuff too? Oh, by the way, babe, don't let me forget. I put all of your clothes in the wash machine so I can bring you all, like, I've got like 12 pairs of sweats washed and ready to bring to you tomorrow. But what is this? Note to self, he's still got his spunky side in there too, for sure. Babe, if the nurses come in though, can you shut me off, please? Like turn it down so they don't realize that I'm on here making fun of people's eyebrows. I mean, I'll just show her pictures tomorrow. If it's the one, I'm going to show her a picture. She would get a good laugh out of this. Okay, but let's listen to this really quick because this part about took me the fuck out. I was like, throw the fucking phone away. Y'all have lost your
And
loving minds.
Sebastian long enough. He knows how to be a better parent, in my opinion. Was he? I don't know. Did he ever want to be a parent? I don't know. That's not for me to say or to judge.
Well,
But he sure as hell ain't acting like one, in my opinion. And this is for anybody and everybody, not just Chris or Katie or Seth. But what does make a good parent? What makes a good parent?
huh? What the fuck is this shit? Huh? It gets weirder. Hold on.
Well, one, unconditional love. That's a start, right?
Gosh, he's been there
Teaching
before.
your kid or your children the best
Oh.
you can, right from wrong.
To all of you just coming in, Liza and everybody else that didn't know Kyle, you guys were one foot in front of the other. He was admitted on Friday. He's got pneumonia. He's not really improving very much. They're doing a bunch of tests to make sure that it's just pneumonia. They're checking for a bunch of other stuff. He can't be without oxygen. He is positive, though. He's going to get better and he's in the right place. So we are just, things could be way worse. And we are taking every moment in the good direction because a lot of people aren't making it home from these viruses. So it is really serious. If you or your loved ones get any of this stuff going around, please do not wait. Please go get checked out if you can. Force your loved ones to go in if it's bad because it is really scary shit and it's across the country.
They may not like it. You know, you're not their friends, you're their parent first.
No shit. Okay. Parenting advice from Smiley. Things I didn't
You
know.
can teach them right from wrong all day long and they still may go astray.
No shit.
And you know, I can't stand it when people say, that's a bad parent. Blah, blah, blah.
This bitch had this in her notes. That's the craziest part is she makes notes. She makes notes. These are notes that she took to do that.
No. I don't agree with that. Maybe I'm wrong. Putting exactly, Josh. Boom, boom, boom. Putting your child's needs before yourself. Exactly. Thank you, Josh. And you can put your child's needs before yourself all day long. You can do all the right thing. You can have 7 kids and they all be perfect, but you can have that one that goes astray. And that may be.
Welcome to reality, Smiley. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us on this ride. We've all been on a fucking roller coaster ride looking at your eyebrows. Thank you for fucking joining us.
Because they get out there and they have that one group they get with, or they want to be popular, or they want whatever.
We know.
And they, you know, they just be themselves. But you know what? You can't hold them down, hog tie them, and you cannot not let them have a life either.
No, that would be considered illegal. That would be considered illegal if you hog tied your child. I mean, carry on though, old wise one.
You know, teaching. A good parent is teaching your children right from wrong and doing the.
She made notes. She is reading her notes. I'm not even joking when I say she takes notes and reads them off, and these are the caliber of her notes. This is her research, and these are her notes. Where she's about to take this, though, is fucking phenomenal.
Best the very best that you can with what you have. You can't sit back and cry, I don't have this and I don't have that. I'm poor and I this.
Oh,
My grandmother always said, you know, it's mighty unhandy to be poor, but there's no excuse. There's no excuse for being dirty. There's no excuse. You know, you can always do something. I could tell y'all so many little tricks.
who is she talking about being dirty?
I've been with money. I've been without money, you
What?
know,
Huh?
and there's
Take
so
some
many
notes,
things you
people.
can do. It really is.
This is important shit here. It's important enough that it made it to her notes. So we should be taking notes. Where this is the next book that Julie's going to publish is Parenting with Smiley 101.
There's no excuse. And money does not buy you happiness, and you cannot take it with you.
No shit.
Period.
Wow.
You can't eat it. You can't shit it. You can't do any of those things.
Actually, food's pretty
Period.
expensive. Food's pretty expensive, and you can
But
shit.
I tell you what, not being a good parent is. It's not mocking them. It's not belittling them.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
just not.
It's not, huh?
Each child was born different.
Child.
It really was.
It really was. Wow. Fucking. Never knew this. I'm learning so much right now. I never knew. I never fucking knew. Didn't you see it? It was on her channel. It was on her channel, just like I didn't know the word channel existed either. I learned a lot of things from Smiley, actually. I also learned things like this. Sorry, I have to. I'm going to annoy you guys just because I can.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
I mean, seriously, Smiley, you in that clip yelling at Duchess with no brows drawn on are better than this roller coaster. It's like your brows reflect Julie's emotions. Truly, your brows reflect Julie's emotions.
Children are a gift. Each one was born with their own unique personality. Even if they're identical twins, they really have their own unique personality.
Never catch.
I bet Guidance, she has twins. I bet anybody that has twins, I know a full-grown set of twins. Actually, I know a few, but I know one that a set that I'm real close to.
Nope, not today. Did she threaten them with her publishers for icing her out? We didn't get to that part in the video. We gave up.
But they're different.
Mm.
They may be identical, but they're different.
Wow. Did you not know that? Anybody learning something new?
You
take a look.
Are born different. You're born unique.
It's in a book, The Reading Rainbow.
I can see you, Josh.
I can see clear.
Oh, Millie said, Josh said, Millie, if you can see me, you aren't blocked. I didn't block you.
I can see all roller coasters on her face.
But it's up to you to communicate properly and teach them right from wrong and how to live in this big, harsh, horrific world.
I fucking love these notes today. This is like TED Talk with Smiley.
This world will eat you up
and spit you out. Can't shit you out.
You should listen to your children.
Listen.
You should listen to them, what they tell you. Don't doubt them.
And should apologize to them when you're wrong.
You should support them and allow them to have high hopes and dreams. They may change their dreams and what they want to be and become 50 times before they get grown.
Ooh.
You know what I've saw in this case? And I've heard, and I could be wrong.
What?
But I've saw and I've heard Seth. I've heard him. I've heard Seth say he's took Sebastian and he taught him real worldly things, important things, in my opinion.
Oh,
When he had Sebastian, he took him to the grocery store.
I'm sure he was the only one that did that. I'm sure.
He taught him how to shop.
Oh,
He taught him how to use money.
okay. That's
He
great.
helped him memorize phone numbers.
All right.
He taught him that it was important for young men to carry a wallet, and he taught him the value of a dollar.
Okay.
Listen, most men don't even do that with their young boys when nothing's wrong, or they're even in the household with a
What are you talking about, ma'am? It's Liza, it's been fucking chaotic as hell this weekend too. And the back and forth, we tried to figure out because they call the one side the green team, the other side is what, the red team, the purple team at this point in time. I feel like I got two black guys listening to the side to side lies, the concocted drama that's been and just lies, straight up lies. That's why if anybody coming in, I'm not doing like anything impressive tonight. I'm just talking shit of some surface things that I saw that I was laughing about. When my brain works functioning and I get some sleep, I'll do it back to normal content. Right now, we're just talking the shit. We're going to church on Sunday.
a full-formed family, you know.
Hey, Lady K.
But that's what I've heard. And everybody wants to down Seth and put out his records and all the things. And I know y'all are going to come and say, well, you want to do that, Chris and Katie?
Bubbles, when I left, they had lowered him down to 1 liter to see how he's going to do for a little bit longer.
You know, that ain't what I'm talking about. Y'all are not listening. You're not listening.
Cash, stop
So I'm
it.
not going to entertain the bullshit.
Nature Rocks, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. What in the fuck? I can't even say that, Rusty, but yes, what in the F and F, right? What? Oh, just wait, it gets worse. It gets worse.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
Don't you ask questions. She's talking about what she's talking about. And if you don't understand what she's talking about, you're probably just as confused as her brat. Leave it alone, people. It's your fault. She's talking about what she's talking about. That's got to be in her notes too. Her notes are pushing for about Steve level notes here. I think her and Steve's notes would probably be a battle of the wit.
Okay.
Okay.
In my opinion,
All right.
I only see or hear others laughing and mocking and making fun of Sebastian. And I only hear them being mean to him when he was there and when he's not there now.
What?
And he could be God knows where. Discipline don't normally include bagging up things and trashing them and taking your loved one's animals and getting rid of them forever.
Ma'am, don't be talking shit about Seth right now, because before Chris was ever in the picture, Seth gave away 2 dogs. So please remind yourselves that when you're trying to trash Chris because he gave away something, Seth has also told us stories of giving away pets because they harmed Sebastian. So when you got that shame finger out and you're writing these notes, make sure you know what you're talking about first.
And showing not only do you not supposed to have feelings, but we don't care if your damn animal has feelings either, in my opinion.
Do you think snakes have feelings?
That, in my opinion, wasn't a home. In my opinion, it was do as I say, or you can hit the road or be put in a school, and this is nothing your dad or anyone else can do about it, in my opinion.
Oh, God. Help us all.
In my opinion, this is how I see it. In my opinion.
Even though, and we don't care about your opinion because factually stated, We know that after that email situation got talked about, then Tony came out swinging, saying yes, they were in communication, and they all three opted that they couldn't financially do that. So again, that didn't happen, but now we're just making shit up because her notes say that this sounds good. Do you proofread these and say these into the camera before you go live with them? I'm just asking for me.
Opinion.
Oh,
When the CPS lady was sent away, in my opinion, and in my head, I get, see, you see, she thinks you're a liar. Now the school thinks you're a liar, and you better stop this stuff or else.
no indication.
That's my opinion. Does that make it true and how it was? No. But that's my opinion. But to me, that's not a good parent. A good parent follows thousands of miles to see their son, even if they don't have a job. And even if they're trying to get their life in order to be close to that child, at least when they know they have, even if they know they have no money.
What? What? I'm
to
telling you,
fight for full custody
TED
in a
Talk.
court, and they know they can't win. They can't win. They know they can't win against these people that have money and power.
Even though they had a coexisting relationship, co-parenting for a long time after the divorce. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yet they still go anyway
Oh, how did they do that without any money at
to
all?
be near their son.
Okay.
Please wake up. I would say, whose side are you on? But this is not about sides. It's not about sides, because the only side you should be on is Sebastian's side. Sebastian's. Where all this hate and all this distraction is coming from, I do not know. I don't know why grown people that's so lucky to wake up in the morning time with God allowing you to open your eyes with your children, grown or not, your grandchildren, your home, your roofs over your head.
These are serious notes, and I got to speed this up because I'm getting woo.
Get up and plan to come on YouTube, fill with hate and distract with whatever you can distract with.
Oh,
and see who you can drag or put in jail, or what you can do, who you can make fun of. So,
ma'am, first of all, who's in jail? Secondly, let's slow down for a moment. Hold on. I need to take you back to slow mode because you're getting ahead of yourself here, even on fast speed. Smiley, do you remember once upon a time in your own life that you used a missing child's name in your own personal matter and said that you were an advocate for Summer Wells, and therefore if a certain situation happened to one of your loved ones, it would directly impact the advocacy for a missing child? Do you remember doing that? Because it's been blasted all over the internet, and it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She does me too, Sean. She gives me bubble guts too. But you forget that you also just tried to imply, or in fact, you didn't imply, you accused Chris of having a child in California by the same name, who is factually 34 years old. Chris is 41. The gentleman that you doxed his wife. Chris would have been 7 years old to father that person. You didn't care about that, but you want to talk about all this other shit. Shut the fuck up, Smiley.
People will watch you for your clicks, views, and likes and hate bond with, because you have such a dark heart that you
Black sold over here. It rubbed off from the black trash bag that I wear.
hate children that bad.
We hate children.
And maybe even your own, I don't know, but it seems like
we hate children so bad that some of us have dedicated our lives to raising other children too. Brought them into our homes and yeah. Okay, never mind. I forgot. We hate children. Sorry, Smiley's giving us a TED Talk. I forgot. I need to listen and just learn about myself.
You hate Sebastian, Summer, and anybody else that you just distract so nobody will talk about them.
Hasn't
and they will just look at you. Well, I got news for you.
What do you? Oh,
I'm not looking at you. You can say or do what you want.
Stop the presses. She's not looking at us. She's also not looking at her brows in the mirror before she goes live either. So kind of a consistent thing.
People come to me and say, this one and that. Okay. Let them.
Oh, that was
the only side you should be on or talking about is Sebastian.
Ooh.
Be better parents.
Oh.
Be better people. Oh. Be better humans. Just
when you have a personal issue in your world and somebody might be facing legal troubles, you can feel free, if you're like Smiley, to use the missing child's name in your own personal matters and try to sway the judge because you're advocating for a missing child. And if this happened to happen, whatever the judge's choice would have been, it would greatly impact the awareness for a missing child. Yeah, Smiley, shut the fuck up. Nobody's listening to you and your advice. Not today, not tomorrow, or any other day. Don't tell us about hating children, because that's not about what this is at all.
Be better. And if you're not and you can't, just get off of here.
Oh.
That's all. Sebastian Wayne Drake.
I forgot the slogan of the green team has now become, if you're not here for the child and you don't fakely go around and claim that you love these children that we don't know, that are complete strangers, and it's extremely cringe to do. But if you don't do that, then just stop talking and get off the internet. Just move along. Let us who fakely claim that we love this child do what we do. It's called what we call true crime. It's not even close. It's not even remotely true crime, but okay. All right.
Drake Rogers is still missing. Somebody, in my opinion, knows where he's at. I have not changed my mind. I will not. I cannot.
Okay.
But that's me. Prove me wrong. Show me different. I would love to be wrong. He's now 16 years old. He just turned 16 in December. He was 15 when he went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Spooky BJ does. I don't know if Betty. I haven't been watching much Betty yet.
After a day out on the town with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, who said, after he was last seen on camera at Texas Roadhouse, February 25th, 2024, that they made it home. And her husband, the stepfather of Sebastian, verified that. They said that, on this supposed long phone call, perhaps even by video, who knows? Who knows?
You know what confirmed that? Law enforcement's plea to the public numerous times, and the Amber Alert where it states his last known. Oh my God. Stop.
Only they know. So it could be alleged that Chris possibly even saw Sebastian in that home. We don't know. We can speculate, but we don't know, because there are some things we just don't know because they won't tell. It's privacy, whatever you want to call it. Hell, some things they even say is HIPAA, don't have a damn thing to do with HIPAA.
Wait, did she just say privacy? Was she trying to mock him and said that? Or did she accidentally fuck up? Hold on. We got to listen to that again.
Privacy, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Hold on. We got to go back a couple more seconds because what the absolute hell is this?
To be wrong. He's now 16 years old. He just turned 16 in December. He was 15 when he went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. After a day out on the town with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, who said after he was last seen on camera at Texas Roadhouse, February 25th, 2024, that they made it home. And her husband, the stepfather of Sebastian, verified that. They said that, you know, on this supposed long phone call, perhaps even by video, who knows? Who knows? Only they know. So it could be alleged that Chris possibly even saw Sebastian in that home. We don't know. You know, we can speculate, but we don't know because there are some things we just don't know because they won't tell. It's privacy, whatever you want to call it. Hell, some.
Yeah, she did.
Things they even say is HIPAA don't have a damn thing to do with HIPAA. It's whatever they want it to be at the moment. The only thing that they do or did that is 100% sure, that I'm 100% sure of, factual, in my opinion.
If it's factual, why are you saying it's your opinion? God bless us all.
Is they locked Katie Proudfoot in the house. They meaning Katie and Chris with Sebastian with no way in and no way out. So there's
Chris was in Memphis.
that. So if you know anything,
Katie has said she was the last one to see him in the home.
Say something.
And,
you know, what happened to Sebastian? If you know anything that happened around his home, seen anything around Stafford Court, anything odd in that area, 25th, 26th.
What about you driving by their home when you go to visit? I bet that feels a little odd, doesn't it?
Say something. Sebastian don't deserve any of this.
No,
it's not time to hold back. It's time to speak up.
Oh,
he deserves to be found no matter what, no matter where he is or how he is. We all hope he's safe, well, and alive. But no matter what, he deserves to be found.
No shit.
No matter how small this is, no matter how small your thinking is, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. You can call 615-451-3838, 615-744-7000, 833-TELL-DOG. You can go to any state, any FBI, anybody.
Thank you for landing the plane. That was your TED Talk from Smiley. That was our TED Talk from Smiley. Here is this one that I wanted to share with you. This is from Evil CJ on March 21st, 2024. I want you to take a look at this. This is one that I found the other day when I was trying to make sense of a lot of things that were going on and being said and lied about. We're not going to watch this whole thing tonight, but I just thought this was really interesting.
Asking me, I appreciate it because it's showing 3 people, one was a woman.
Okay. Did they appear to be Caucasian?
Did they appear to be Caucasian or other? Looks like a man and a woman or smaller man, 3 people.
Anybody recognize that voice talking to CJ?
I don't know why they called the press conference.
Let's see here. Let's go back.
Mm-hmm. You're so it. No, I don't.
Here you go. We'll go all the way back. Riley Strain case. Yep, it's UA. Yep, she was involved in the Riley case. This is what I'm saying, though. These people have a history of involving themselves. And if you go back and look at who CJ was involved with in the beginning of this, all of this too, and who he was friends with, before they had falling outs or people that he was associated with. There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions that should be asked. Yep, it sure is. He'll be off mute in just a second. I'll bump it up.
Those,
There you go.
Sabrina
This is interesting, though. This is real.
Chris Salisbury, and
so
they have of someone wearing Riley's shirt, and
okay.
I just don't believe that Riley would have taken his shirt off that night. I don't believe that the story that the is being told as to how the shirt was acquired makes any sense to me.
Right, it doesn't to us either.
It just doesn't add up.
It seems like they're trying to get, and I apologize, it was a little delayed there. This is Jessica. She's one of the residents here. She had came up and asked me what I thought about Riley's disappearance.
This is Jessica.
I told her I felt like he wasn't in the water, and she agreed. And you feel pretty strongly about it. And those two people that you mentioned, what's their names again?
Sabrina Martin, and
Sabrina Martin.
She goes into the homeless camps
Okay.
and feeds them. And
so does she actually go into
Old Tent City?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Chris Salisbury, who also goes into Old Tent City and works with the homeless there.
Are those is the
they're
lady?
Not created. They're not connected.
They're not connected. Is that lady? Does she wear like a yellowish hat?
I don't know if she wears a yellowish hat. She has blonde hair.
Okay. And the guy, does he wear like a tie and like?
No, I don't think he goes in there wearing a tie or anything. I think he just is involved in.
Who remembers where she came from, though? Okay, so she's inserted herself in numerous cases, as we know. But do you remember who she was associated with and doing panels with and helping with blip boards and stuff from TikTok? Do you remember who reached out to the TikTokers and brought them back over to YouTube? And now is acting like they don't know any of this stuff? And you remember who called Betty's attorney and played it? Or called Betty's attorney, recorded the call, and then sent it to Clue and had Clue play it? And Clue is now saying she didn't know it was her. Meanwhile, it was the same fucking account in her chat talking to her saying, I just emailed it over to you.
From what I understand, a recovering addict that now works to help the homeless and get them into treatment.
Okay.
And Barbecue gets up there too and distance herself like, oh, I don't know her very well. She's, just because I know her doesn't mean I know her. Yeah, fuck out of here, all you people. You guys are all fucking train wrecks. And the lies have been so extensive recently.
So when we had heard that there was some kind of sketchy background earlier when it comes to one of the
go check me on what I'm saying to you guys. I'll tell you the date of the live stream and I'll tell you exactly the timestamp to check me. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. I was fucking livid, all the lies that have been told recently. And I might go over in detail all of them too, because 218. Nope, that's the other one where she was lying. Hold on, let me give you a different timestamp. Hold on. That's where she starts lying on Queen's panel. But let me go to right here. 2:53. The live stream is from Clue's panel on August 30th. August 30th, 2:58. Does this voice sound familiar?
Protection order cases.
Hold on.
Jackass.
No, jackass.
Okay, hold on. I got to figure out how I'm going to do this.
Use it on your phone and put it up to your microphone.
No, I mean, there's no way.
Oh, I guess they hear phone ring. I don't.
Yeah.
Because, hold on. All right, that's what it is. I'm going to mute me so I can listen on the computer.
Okay, that'll work. Okay, I'm gonna play those guys.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm something that was being put out there. Is your firm or one of your attorneys representing Andrea Griffin in her protection order cases? Okay, because there's no, obviously no notice of appearance.
Okay, hold on. Again, 258. You can go pull it yourself. But let's go to this portion of it. Tell you the date, August 30th.
Filed, and she's putting it out there as if they've been retained. So I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
You can go listen to the whole thing if you'd like to. But listen to this.
Okay, so Crimson said you can end it now. So I don't know. Truth, what do you think? He's gonna take a minute because he's gonna be.
Did you hear her say, okay, Crimson said you can end it now? Guess who's in the chat? UA Crimson Tide. You can end it now, Clue. Tell me again that Clue didn't know that that was the one that called Betty's attorney?
Fine, but I would fight on the phone with her or something like that. But this call, UA Crimson said took place on Monday, and
Did you just hear what she said? But this call took place. Let me back that up one more time. Hold on.
hold on. She called and asked and said that there's something going around saying she was retained on the 8th or whatever. And the lady was like, well, I know he was on the phone with her or something like that, but this call, UA Crimson said took place on Monday. And she said that Friday. So not the 8th, but the 23rd. In that way you looked at the date.
Sure fucking are. And if you think of who all these people are connected to, sure are. They sat on Queens and lied. They sat on Queens and blatantly lied that they didn't know who it was. Sure as fuck did. Sure as fuck did. Go check it. Go check Queen's Live the other day where she says, I didn't know it was Crimson that called. I wasn't sure, blah, blah, blah. Fuck out of here. I called that shit out because that's going fucking real life and unnecessary shit. On August 31st, you can go look at my live stream. We weren't sure Crimson because there's Crimson Moon, which isn't her Crimson Moon. Somebody else said Crimson Crime, which wasn't her. It was UA Crimson. But not only that, not only was UA Crimson calling somebody else by the name of Alabama something, Alabama Mama. I'd have to go look at my notes. I'll detail all of this if you want me to. I'll show you all of it. But somebody else called and recorded their call to Betty's attorney too. Sure can, Duchess. So what I saw, and I did miss a bunch of it, but I did catch because somebody was like, oh, fuck, they're lying, flat out lying. Alabama Mama something. I'll find it, Miss Upper Thigh. I have it all. I can lay this all out for you guys. 100% and timestamp it from the lies. Again, don't ever fucking lie on me or to me or play these fucking games like you're not doing this shit. Queen hosted a panel the other day. They were talking about the UA Crimson Tide situation with recording Bobby and getting sus work records. Back in August, the end of August, UA Crimson Tide also called Betty's attorney and recorded calls, released those to Clue to play. Clue goes back and forth with, I wouldn't do it. You got balls. But then she gets on Queen's, what was it, Friday? I think it was Friday. And says, Clue says she didn't know who it was that called. She's addressing her by name. It's the same fucking account that she's in panels or on channels, in panels, in chats, still to this day. Same exact fucking person. That's why I didn't fuck with her. That's why she came over here. I was nice, kosher, but I knew exactly who she fucking was. She was associated with all the TikTokers when they came over. She was in all of the fucking shit. And then they sat up there and fucking straight up lied to you guys. Queen even played this shit and called it out back in August. Queen called this out in August too and said it was going real life on Betty's attorney, or calling Betty's attorney, and that she was going to get blamed for it. On August 31st, Queen addressed it. Clue sat up there and said she didn't know who it was. All of these people are fucking associated, and who are they all? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Yep, August 31st. Queen's got a live up where she played this call. Yep. August 30th. The title of Clue's video is "Now This Is Using Your Brain to Do Journalism" at Bullhorn Betty from Clues. Again, you can start about the 2:58 minute mark. 100% Anyaka. Yep. But not only one person called, the other person was in there. Watch this. I'll call too. It's all in the chat. You can go see the chat still up. And who are all these people associated with? I warned these people and said, hey, you know, fucking, it's bullshit to have a tip line. When Barbecue did that shit, I was like, fuck that. We stand against that shit. That is interfering with an investigation into a disappearance of a child. We don't fucking do that shit. I told all sorts of people. They ignored it. Welcome them right in. Come on in, sit next to us. And look at one by one, all of that crew. Fucking games being played. Absolutely, SS. Yeah, poor Crimson Moon got thrown under the bus. People were trying to like figure out who this fucking person was. Well, she was a TikToker. A few people in the chat tried to correct some of this shit, and oh, Lady K, that onion is peeled all the way back. Trust and believe that onion is peeled all the way back for a lot of us. But why are people lying about this? Why are they lying about this? Look over here, not over there. It's not by coincidence that she's on panels trying to control narratives lately. It's not. And she can say, I blamed her. No, I fucking did it. Terry Lynn was doing all that shit. And I'm sorry, if you fucking have a problem with all these the green team pulling up Zillow driving by their house, then you should probably have a fucking problem with Clue doing it before she was ever associated with Chris and Katie too. Because she did all that shit too and put it all out here. Sorry. I don't understand why people are lying. I don't get it. Yeah, it's not Crimson Moon. It's not. Crimson Moon is good. It's UA Crimson Tide. It's always been UA Crimson Tide. There was also a Crimson Crime that got blamed too, which was corrected right away too. Fuck yeah, there has, Patty. But the thing is people have welcomed it right in. Look where Stephen Crabtree came from. These people were out there inserting themselves in this, trying to get close to whichever parent from which, yeah, Crimson Moon is the good one. She's great. I don't even think she's in the United States. It's UA Crimson Tide. Yeah. But this is back in the Riley. He called her just
the leaders of the whole shebang. Now,
Are you talking about the criminal, the Metro police officers that are investigating the case?
yes.
It's funny you mentioned that.
And these assholes that are acting like they didn't even know who she was or they weren't that close, they were sitting on fucking panels making phone calls to people, saying that they were running people's background because she had a free trial and shit. This shit happened. Like, why are people acting like it didn't? And then you've got random people brought into a what's the game here? What's the fucking game? That's why I'm saying from side to side, no, sorry, no. Why?
The police
Too much fuckery for my life.
department has been one of the reasons I think that so many people from Nashville have been coming out and searching. I mean, because people go missing. Oh, there's missing people
Right.
a lot.
Right.
And I think that one of the reasons you're seeing people that are willing to literally traverse down embankments and go into places.
Joanne, I'll do a whole thing on it if you want me to. Bouncing back and forth between Queen's panel the other day on, I think it was Friday, if I'm not correct. I'd have to look. I have it all like detailed and timestamped, but the lies told on Queen's panel, I can show those next to exactly what happened back on August 30th when the call was made to Betty's attorney. And these people all in the, like, there are so many connections here and people are just blindly. I can do that. Sorry, tonight I'm just giving you guys a little once over because it's just fucking irritating to watch all this shit. Just Kentucky. Hold on. Let me pull this up so you guys can see exactly what video I'm talking about. I don't understand. I don't fucking understand. Hold on. And if you think about it, weren't I don't know if she was I don't know if Clue, I know Clue and Dago had a falling out, and Dago and CJ used to be really good friends. And I think Clue and CJ were friends at one time too. I don't know. I find this whole fucking thing, all this fuckery to be too fucking weird. Okay, watch the chat.
I didn't do this. I did not. Andrew, I know how you like to blame me for everything, okay? I did not call your attorney, okay? You saw the whole chat. That's why I put it on the screen. Y'all ain't gonna hit me up. But can I just say this? Is it possible that it is a situation where there are people that call places for her?
No.
I mean, I know you're not supposed to do that.
Absolutely.
But hold on.
Let me back that up. That's truth on panel. Oh, right there. Here you go.
Use it on your phone and put it up to your microphone.
No, I mean, there's no way. I
guess they hear phone ring. I don't because, hold on. All right, that's what it is. I'm going to mute me. So
who has improved themselves, KB? Genuine question. Who are you talking about as improving themselves? People can switch their opinions on things. Absolutely. In cases that happens all the time. Or you can use me as an example with, at first I thought Clue was okay. And now I think she is a total liar, complete liar, playing games. It is what it is. But who are you improving? No reason given. See? Interesting.
so I can listen on the computer.
Okay, that'll work.
You'll see UA in the chat on your screen.
Okay, I'm going to play those guys.
Yeah, they were all friends at one point in time.
Hi, thank you for calling Brazil. Let me help you. Yes, I just wanted to confirm something that was being put out there. Is your firm or one of your attorneys representing Andrea Griffin in her protection order cases?
I believe so. Yes, one of our attorneys is.
Okay, because there's obviously no notice of appearance filed, so, and she's putting it out there as if they've been retained. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Once again, how does this help anything? What is this any of our business? When are people going to stop inserting themselves as main characters into? When? And when are people going to stop ignoring when people are fucking lying to them? Sorry, I'm irritated about this shit because I can't stand fucking liars.
Yes, we were retained late in the afternoon on Friday, and we filed something, and I just got word back that it was filed this morning. So it was...
Okay, you were retained on
Friday, but it was
Friday, but
filed this morning. I
she
believe.
provided a receipt showing a date of August the 8th of a $2,500, 75, like 2575. And it's not
Yes.
signed for, so it just says over the phone. So that is for what? Because that was not, obviously, that was dated prior to Friday.
Yes, I know that it was filed Friday. The payment done on Friday may have been for that filing.
The payment was done, but she
Notice that right there? Whose account is that? Tell me again, whose account is that? And that they didn't fucking know that that was the same person that called. That she went real life calling Betty's attorney. Tell me they didn't know again. Yes, Joanne, she did. August 31st. She did. Yep.
showing was done on August the 8th.
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask the attorney. That may be because I know he was on the phone with her, so that he may have taken that as the retainer fees in. But I can check with him and see.
Okay, because that was several weeks ago, and it just nothing is really adding.
Yep, they're sure paying attention. They sure are, Anyaka. They sure are, and they're gonna get all pissed off because here's know-it-all nonsense thinking that she's fucking. Yeah, I don't fucking like her. I don't like her. Absolutely don't like her. 100%. No fucks given. I don't like her because of shit like this. Lying. Inserting yourself. That's what I don't give a fuck about. Hold on, you guys. Thank you. Kid in the bathtub wanting my iPad. Bad mom 101 right here.
Adding up in her story, so I mean, we're trying to just clarify.
Right, Patty?
Okay. Yes, let me look right here.
Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, KB. I mean, if people change up and realize how much harm and damage they're doing, yeah, people can change and do better. But unfortunately, I just see a lot of like in this situation in particular, I see a lot of like trying to distance a lot of people from their fuckery that they've been involved in all along and had hands in doing. Do you want me to show on Queens? I can pull that right quick and show on Queens where they flat out fuck or where Clue flat out denies that she knew who called.
Thank you.
Okay, so Crimson said you can end it now. So I don't know. Truth, what do you think? He's got to take a minute because he's going to be behind. But
I would fire that ass so quick.
I was thinking the
Oh
same
my
shit, dude.
God.
What?
Your ass would never work in another legal office a day in your life, girl. What the fuck are you doing?
So, well, hold on.
Holy shit.
Hold on. So,
Mm-hmm.
first off, wait, I'm just going to say, right, this is provided by somebody else. I'm not out here putting nobody's business out. You know what I mean? I didn't do this. I did not. Andrew, I know how you like to blame me for everything, okay? I did not call your attorney, okay? You saw the whole chat. That's why I put it on the screen. Y'all ain't going to hem me up. But can I just say this? Is it possible that it is a situation where there are people that call places for her?
No.
I mean, I know you're not supposed to do that.
Absolutely.
But hold on.
Not.
So hear me out. The attorney has an attorney-client privilege. Does the secretary?
Yes. And not
I
only
don't
does the
know.
secretary, I will tell you, let me give you some facts real quick. Not only the secretary, but the custodian, anybody who's doing work on a case, secretaries in other offices, anybody who contracts to work in any way, shape, or form with that law office or on that case falls under client privilege. There is no separation. I don't give a flying rat's ass what the reason is. That is not only your job.
Calm down, bro. You're excited.
Shit, boy. No, that's wrong,
let me explain. I have to ask these questions because
It's right in the chat. She's on her account. She's on her account. Clue lied on me. Clue flat out lied on me. Said it wasn't supposed to be a pre-recorded live stream with Gabby, the friend of theirs. And it was absolutely supposed to be a pre-recorded live, which didn't matter. I still went on. It was my own, like I made the choice, but it was absolutely supposed to be a pre-recorded live. It's here nor there, but she completely lied about fucking the stupidest shit. Stupidest shit.
I'm not a goddamn criminal, contrary to what Andrew
I know.
you may say. I'm not a criminal, so I don't deal with attorneys, okay? I ain't never had an attorney in my whole entire life. I speak for myself. But you ain't crimson. You was wrong for that, honey. I don't know how you got that lady to talk, but okay.
Good job.
He says you were wrong for that.
Job on you, but damn. And listen, at the end of the day, there could be an argument. Now, let me do a little sidetracking here.
Hold on. She called and asked.
Hallucinogenic recipe. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Seriously, thank you for the gifted memberships. That was really sweet. I'm telling you, it's fucking messy as fuck. Messy as fuck. This is. Watch the chat too, because there will be an Alabama something that says she's calling too.
And said that there's something going around saying she was retained on the 8th or whatever. And the lady was like, well, I know he was on the phone with her or something like that, but this call, UA Crimson said took place on Monday. And she said that Friday. So not the 8th, but the 23rd. In that way you looked at the date?
What?
If it was this Monday, what would have been last Friday?
The 23rd.
So yeah.
And listen, it's not even the fact.
I would never call and ask that shit ever. Like I never would do that.
Well, and it's not even the fact that she said, yes, she's retained us. It's going into conversations about, well, the attorney talked to them and then deposit. No, you've gone way too far. You can answer with, yes, we are representing this individual. That's it. Because what if it's a prosecutor who's calling to try to trick your secretary into giving up some printed, information?
Right.
You can't. That's a no. And the fact that and this is no offense to the lady who called, but the fact that she said what she's saying online doesn't make sense. Her attorney's office should have immediately shut the fuck up, because what you're doing is giving people who are against your client ammunition. Hell no.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't.
Betty, you better sue that law office.
I mean, she wouldn't win,
boy.
But she could try. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I mean, people knew.
As hell.
So Can I just say, this is why you don't put all your shit out there on the internet, and then when it gets out there on the internet, you don't keep fucking running with it and acting a fucking clown. You don't just keep on and keep on, like, God almighty.
And that lady behind that telephone, honey, what is you doing? Like, you don't even ask
who are you?
What receipt? What receipt is you talking about? Like, you don't even ask no question. You just let me get in my computer right now. Hold on. Let me see. Can I find the file? Like, that is correct. See, that's why I say you can't trust bitches. That was a lady on that phone. I'm just saying you can't trust no bitch.
And hold on. Let me just say this. The person who called didn't do anything wrong. The person who's not in the wrong at all. And
they're saying that person's not. What? That's going real life.
Matter of fact, hats off to you for having the balls to do it. But that secretary, boy.
Well, that's the thing, right? You never know if people are going to talk or not. So you might as well take the risk. The worst they can say is, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that.
Oh, for sure.
But the simple fact that
this is all alleged based on a recording that was sent to you.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to cover my ass real quick. Now,
right.
Based on the call that was sent to me, that's why I keep the chat up on the screen. Y'all can see she said I have a call. I played the call. Give the people what they want. But that's crazy. UA Crimson, you go with your badass. She's like, I'm going to fucking call.
And there you go. Once again, saying the name. Hello? Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know that you was retained on the 8th. I'm about to find the fuck out. Hold on. She said,
why don't you call?
Frizzell. Hey,
why don't you call live?
No. Nope. No, sir. That bitch is crazy. You ain't about to hit me up like that. Nope.
Ow. And she denies, or she says, nope, I'm not calling.
I don't know. Even if it's fake, that shit's hilarious. I'm sorry. If it's real, it's hilarious and fucked up.
I don't care if that was her mom or some shit on the other line. That's funny.
that shit's. Well, see, she was talking to the attorney,
and notice how certain people are always associated with the people who will go to these extents, who will go do this. They say, nope, not doing it. But surely all these other people will do it. Tell me I'm the fucking liar. Ooh, the numbers jumped. Somebody fucking triggered because I'm calling out the goddamn lies. This shit's fucking wrong. Going real life on Betty, going real life on Seth, going real life on Chris and Katie. It's all wrong across the board. Fucking wrong. It's fucking fucked up and wrong. It's not okay. Fucking not okay at all. And then for people to get up there and she just lies. Fuck.
I know, right? Truth, you call. Mute, you call. I bet they won't give it. I don't know. You do got that Barry Manilow voice. They might tell you more. They might give you their OnlyFans or something. You know what I mean? Might give you Betty's OnlyFans.
Excuse me?
And I'm sorry, I find it real fucked up that this has all been going on. And Granny is named in a lawsuit. Granny is named in the lawsuit, but Granny hasn't been doing this shit. Granny was brought in because she's in PA. Period, point blank, end of story. It's all real life. It's never going to happen, Broken Crayon, unfortunately. It's not. Yeah, hold on. I'll find that part. Give me 1 second. Let's see.
It's an Army sea bag, and when I saw it, one of my audience put her son in it, or her grandson in it. She's an older individual, and she recorded it for me. And if you fit him into,
I don't know exactly where this is at, so let's look through the transcript. She comes up there. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if she called her UA or Crimson. This is from Friday on Queen Bees. Let's see. Hold on. Let me try it this way. My cats are growling at each other. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I'm going through this. Oh, hold on. I might have it timestamped here. Pause. Oh, where is... Where is... Maybe it was the day before. This might not have been the right one. Let's see. Give me a second. Ooh, maybe it was the one before this. Oh, hold on. I might be on the wrong Queen Bee one. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I wasn't going to do this tonight.
I'm not doing shit for you now. I literally had my phone in my hand. I ain't doing nothing for you now. Nope.
They want me to play it again, so you got to mute because you'll
All
be
right.
behind.
Done.
Oh, she called live? Y'all are crazy. Y'all be calling the damn sheriff's office to make sure somebody's in jail and everything live. Like, that's crazy. Y'all are crazy. Y'all too nosy.
Let me help you.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm something that was being put out there. Is your firm or one of your attorneys representing Andrea Griffin in her protection order cases?
I might have been wrong.
I believe so. Yes, one of our attorneys is.
Okay, because there's no, obviously no notice of appearance filed, so, and she's putting it out there as if they've been retained. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, we were retained late in the afternoon on Friday, and we filed something, and I just got word back that it was filed this morning. So it was.
Are you playing it or
Okay,
what?
you were retained on
Friday.
Yeah. That's just so weird. Oh. That's so much information. You know, we just filed something. I just got word it was brought back, or what you say. That's crazy. Surely this has got to be fake truth. I'm sorry. Come off mute. Come off mute.
Hello.
This is crazy. This has got to be crazy.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect that creator and say that it's fake. You know what I mean? Because apparently she did it on live. I will say that it.
Did you guys catch that? Did you catch that? I was wrong on the lives. It's this one. It's got to be this one. Let's see. Bree questions her, I think.
Betty's lawyer's office to verify whether they were retained in the case. That is not breaking lawyer-client confidentiality. Betty was claiming that she had retained an attorney on August the 8th, I think, and it was 15 days later, right?
But why is that any of your business, and what does that have to do with you? Because you don't have the ROs against her.
Well, I don't believe in you have somebody who is putting out quote unquote these receipts trying to.
Something's wrong that could cause more harm than.
This might be where it's at, but she admits to calling.
Good. Maybe like a PI class. I don't know, anything.
Recording phone calls and going real life on people just because like she's saying she called Betty's lawyer and stuff. And then, like, she just said that she's the one that emailed that call to Clue way back when. And like, it sounded like this whole time Clue didn't even know that that email came from her.
No, I just literally on this thing while I'm up here and look at all my emails from her, and it was not under her name. Even the person in the chat, Beyonce said the same thing. It wasn't UA Crimson Tide.
It may have been before
Let me guess, she forgot.
That is a hard one to believe that a secretary would give that information, but
That's what
I'm not going to
calling
go with
her a liar, but I'm just saying that is almost like, what the hell? Like that, that's crazy to me.
I think
personally.
it's
You didn't know, huh? Even though it's the same account in this chat.
a secretary that hasn't been trained, in my opinion, and that is really, really bad. Really bad.
Danielle, thank
Like,
you for the super chat. Clue, you mean Barry White voice, not Barry Minute. Whatever. Y'all know I'm not good with that shit. I don't need the net. I don't know.
Right there. Alabama Mama 31. I will be right back with the truth for y'all.
Names and shit. You lost me 100% chat calling right now.
There you go. I definitely can promise you that it's not fake Clue and Elevated Truth. UA Crimson Tide. Let me back that up one more second.
One that emailed that call to Clue way back when. And like, it sounded like this whole time Clue didn't even know that that email came from her.
No, I just literally on this thing while I'm up here and look at all my emails from her, and it was not under her name. Even the person in the chat, Beyonce said the same thing. It wasn't UA Crimson Tide.
it may have been before when I had, well, it would have been from my email, but it may have been before I
She calls her by UA. We heard it.
took my government name off of one of like my things.
I didn't know
If that
she
makes
did either,
sense.
C-Bon. I didn't know she had been either.
And I guess that kind of brings me back to, how much have you
I still don't know who. Somebody in the chat might be able to tell us, but I don't know where Queen got blamed for this. It might have just been Betty assuming once again or throwing shit out there because she likes to do that. But I don't know if Betty specifically did or not. Right? And Yaka, why is she going along with it? Why does everybody cower? Why does everybody fucking cower? Yeah, Suze, I didn't. Just Betty assuming.
talk to
Thank you, Stitching.
Clue and Greenie and all these people, like especially Clue, and you never thought to tell her that that email came from you, or to email Queen and say, hey, that was me that called Betty's lawyer, like while you're sitting out here hearing Queen getting getting blamed for this?
I didn't know Queen was getting, like, I didn't know Queen was getting blamed. Like, honestly, did not know Queen was getting blamed for hiring someone to call in as, that, or anybody was getting blamed for that. Like,
Well, Queen did play the call on August 31st. She did play the call. Queen did on August 31st. But at that time, I think a lot of us were still like, who the fuck is this person? I think most people were like, who's this UA person? And unfortunately, at that time, Crimson Moon, Crimson Crime, like anybody with Crimson in their name was getting the blame.
believe me, I
Just Kentucky. I don't know. Don't know.
I own my shit. Like, I mean, when people started attacking Jay, I said, don't come for Jay. Like, I said, don't come for Crabtree. Don't come for, I did it. Like, come for me if you're going
Well,
to.
see, that's the thing. You're pretty much irrelevant. You don't have a bigger channel. You don't have channels out here for them to come for you.
They've
You know what I mean?
already come for me, Queen.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really mean shit for them to come to you. It doesn't.
No, with all due respect, though, your channel is your job, right? So
well, no, my channel is just to come on here and fuck with y'all, like have fun and talk and hang out.
okay,
I don't consider this to be my job to do true crime and deal with kids' cases. I just don't.
when I have people that are posting my stuff, like
By the way, I haven't seen anybody doxing her, going after her as far as UA. It might have happened now, but that was probably a whole TikTok thing because they were making calls on live streams on TikTok. They were making fucking phone calls and talking about running people's backgrounds on live stream on TikTok. Why the fuck are all the lies being told? That's what I would like to know. And why is everybody associated with one side or the other? They're all doing the same thing. They all insert themselves like fucking tampons. And then they play all these games. For what? For fucking what? What's the point of this? I don't get it. It's so frustrating.
you know, the green team and their in Facebook and urging people to contact.
They were SS. Oh yeah,
have my licensure stripped and stuff and all that. Then, you know, I guess maybe.
Then what? I mean, I've been through all of that shit. My kids have been doxxed. I've been doxxed. My family's been doxxed. My house has been put out there. My car's been put out there. My license has been put out there. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everything. So, like, again, this
that's all
doesn't
been
mean
done on
shit's
me
needed.
too. But you know, to take like
right, Patty,
put out there to phone in fake complaints that don't exist on people to take away their career is fucked up. So, you know.
Ma'am, I don't believe in going real life on anybody, but you've been doing that and inserting yourself from case to fucking case. From case to case. What the fuck?
You know.
Did you call?
Again, reminder.
That normally nobody would really want to go. I've seen people literally climbing down this wall with ropes, and you know, it's just it's because we are seeing the lack of police response. It is this. I don't want to use the term investigation because that seems too generous.
Okay.
As to what's going on in terms of the police effort. Chris Salisbury, I was watching an interview that he did with Ashley Banfield, and he said that after he left Old Tent City, trying to get some information about Riley's shirt being.
It's just been an ongoing thing with people going from case to case again. But she ain't the only one up here lying. You just heard Clue say, I didn't know it was her. Bullshit, you didn't.
Call Nick's PO.
Yeah, did you call his fucking parole officer? You might as well answer it because you're taking too long. Already tells me you did, so you might as well just
yeah,
tell the
I
truth.
think I did call her.
You think you did or you
Jesus
did?
fucking Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
At one point.
Queen's reaction was mine too.
Early on.
No wonder Clue and Crabtree don't want shit to do with you. That's why the fuck they're saying you're a liar, goddamn Billy, because you are.
Nah. I call bullshit on that. They're trying to say that now to distance themselves because bullshit. No, Riley Strain was the one that unfortunately was found deceased in Nashville, but she inserted herself there too. Right, bothered Brenda. Right. And Yaka, tell me how I am. She dipped out. Chaps, who are you talking about? UA? Are you talking about UA or barbecue? I don't even fucking know. All of the fucking bullshit that's happened. It's just too much.
This real life bullshit gets everybody fucked up. You can't be doing this kind of shit.
and then coming on YouTube and crying because someone's hurting your feelings. Look what you're doing to everybody else.
That's
Oh
not
my
what
God, dude.
it's a little
Jesus
different.
Christ.
It's not different. It is no different.
it's
You have
not.
no business doing the stuff that you're doing. You have no business calling Betty's attorney. You have no business calling Nick's PO. You have no business doing any of this. You are not licensed to do it.
Was that this live stream?
And then we get
Stop
fucking blamed
real
for all the
life
bullshit.
shit.
Granny got blamed for it. I got blamed for it. Clue's been blamed for it. We've all fucking been blamed for the shit.
I'm being fucking sued for it. Not just blamed. I'm being fucking sued. Like
I went through one lawsuit, got it dismissed, and got another one. So,
I didn't go check, but I don't even know if Granny played where Betty's attorney was called. I don't know if Granny ever did. But it sure fucking wasn't her that called Betty's attorney.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And you're sitting here up on Queen's panel all day today, knowing this fuck shit that you've done this whole time, and I just said, I asked you 5 minutes ago, are there any other calls that are going to come out that are going to shock somebody? And you said no. And then I said, did you call Nick's PO? And you hauled around with it.
I'm sitting here honestly because I have a fucking migraine from sitting here crying and stuff, and I'm like,
I don't care at this point. I don't care that you have a migraine. You have done some shit.
Kenna, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think the reason why people are a little frustrated with, like, a lot frustrated, is because you just went real life on these people, and then you kind of jumped on the panel.
She didn't just though, B Tim. She's been doing it, and it's been welcomed in. Yes, chaps. Yes. And they welcomed her in. I had a fucking fit about barbecue having that tip line for Sebastian Rogers tips at whatever Yahoo. I can't even remember what it was now. I had a fucking fit and was trying to get creators to realize like that is interference in a missing child's case. And what did they do? Certain creators, Clue, welcomed barbecue right in. She actually, there was a live stream where she was like, I reached out to them. Fucking jackasses. Too much shit. Ugh. No. Whoever's saying BJ and Clue are friends. No, I don't believe that at all. I do not believe that Clue and BJ are friends at all. I think they're just useful idiots on opposite sides, creating messes. And Clue is seen as a virtue of fucking information in this case because she has a relationship with Chris and Katie. Again, their choice. Their choice if they want it, whoever they want to talk to is their ultimately, same with Seth. But if we're going to call it out about going real life, it's been welcomed in and accepted and condoned. I know, chaps, that blew my mind too, because I was like, bullshit, she came from TikTok with you guys. I can go deeper into it, Joanne, if I need to, but it just blows my mind that so many fucking lies, and there's more lies that were told in there too. A lot more lies that were told. Again, you guys can feel how you want to, but why are we condoning the fucking lies? They're playing games with a missing child's case. Stitching. I'm glad somebody keeps up with that shit over there because that's a fucking train wreck. Thor, you know, people do what they want to. Oh, Patty, 100%. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Feisty Nana. I said, oh, fuck no. And chaps or anybody else that's from TikTok. No offense. But when I saw the twits coming over here, that's what I named them, was the TikTok twits. You guys are being lied to by numerous people. And don't you question why is Granny pulled into this shit when she has not even been doing even remotely a fucking a fraction or partaking in like anything but these other people have, and they're not named in it. They're not named in any of these suits. Restraining orders haven't been filed. Don't you find that fucking odd? Doesn't anybody else find it odd that there's a cease and desist that was never even signed? There's an order in the fucking exhibits of that filing against Clue that was never even filed for. Like, don't you guys find that fucking weird too? Sorry, I'm not about this like kumbaya making peace. Once you're a fucking real lifer, you're a real lifer. Once you're willing to go that low on parents of a missing child, you're no different than the other side that you say you sit against. You're no fucking different. It's wrong on all of it, and it all needs to stop. And this is why laws need to be changed to protect victims and their families. I don't give a fuck if it's on this app, on TikTok. I don't give a shit. It's too far. No, there wasn't stitching. There was in the exhibits though, there is like documents that were filled out. They're not signed or anything. They were never filed. It's fucking odd as fuck. So is she the Nick on the other side? Is she the Nick of this fucking side? The red side? Not this side, because I'm not on that side. Is she the Nick of the red team? I find it honestly really fucking weird too that she reached out to Nick saying she had this relationship. That's fucking weird to me too. Chaps, thank you for confirming that shit. Because I saw some of that shit. I remember when they were doing the Blipboard stuff, UA was in all that shit too. Spooky, they were calling, are you talking about calling Betty's attorney? They were calling Betty's attorney to confirm when she retained or something. And Yaka, and a lot of people refuse to see it. They refuse. They refuse. And I don't know why. Why? I don't get it. And unfortunately, it all falls back on the parents because these people all have relationships with the parents of missing children. And that's why they're seen as these virtues of fucking integrity because they have a connection and people think they're going to learn something. It's no different than BJ being associated with Seth or Betty being associated. It's no different. Stitching, right? I mean, it was filed for it was on the docket. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Absolutely, Liza. Absolutely. Agreed. If you guys have questions, I can go into this further too and show more lies. But yeah, there was a fucking ton of lies that were told. And I'm like, why act like you didn't know who these people were? Barbecue and Clue acted like, oh, didn't know who the fuck? They were welcomed in. Open arms. Stephen Crabtree's over there with that group too. It's not a coincidence. These people aren't. You can't force people to open their eyes. You just can't. You can't. You can't force people to open their eyes. People want to see, I'm the fucking on my high horse, my bored housewife. Well, this bored housewife is sick of you guys fucking around and playing games when there's a child missing. And I don't fucking like any of it. Oh, stitching. Oh. Patty, I got to get back to we're on March 8th and so far People don't want to see that either. We've walked through the beginning. Terry Lynn, Clue, Pascal, Ickmel was covering in the beginning. Smiley was covering. Smiley, right after Duchess's interview, for those of you that don't know, the day after Duchess did the first interview with Chris and Katie, which meanwhile, for those of you that don't know, Chris and Katie weren't even going to come up on panel. Then they decided to come up on panel and answer questions. But by that time, there was already Facebook discussions and shit being brought over to YouTube to make content out of. So they get up there and they get blasted with all these fucking random fucking rumors from Facebook groups and bullshit that was already starting, which again, the Facebook group, the one that Bobby and other people are associated with, was formed on the 27th of February. It's fucking weird. Anyways, but after Duchess's interview, Smiley was so fucking pissed off that Duchess did that interview with them. She called Sumner County and recorded them the very next day and then sent Duchess's interview to the TBI or Brandon or something. I've covered that too. It was fucking crazy. And the tide shifted major. But people were already driving by their house, putting up fucking their Zillow of the inside of their home, filming their home, all of that shit already in the first 10 days. It's absolutely impossible, Liza. It's impossible to watch everybody. And when you go back and start looking, it's fucking weird as shit. Yes, she did 3 Sides True Crime. Absolutely, she did. It's wild to watch it too. I started a series. It's called The Optics. If you haven't watched, it's a lot of content. There's like 3 or 4 live streams, and it's probably like 15 hours. But it's mind-blowing to see the creators, how the content was built off of random rumors from other Facebook discussion groups and brought over here. There is absolutely a playbook. There is a playbook of sorts. And we are we're up to March 8th. And we've got like 15 hours of content already. Carolyn, she is somebody from TikTok that came over here with the TikTok twits and has inserted herself from case to case to case. Yes, it's got its own playlist, Stitching. It's got its own playlist. That's what I'm going to go back into doing, because if you haven't seen that yet, it is mind-blowing to watch who the creators were, how they got their information, how real life they were going. Stitching, some of the things that we've heard being blamed on other people were actually stated by other people way back then. Like Terry Lynn was claiming that Chris had an active RO on him as of like the 27th of February. It's fucking mind-blowing. Roro, it's just they up the game. It's who can be the next JLR. Stitching, I actually love this deep dive that I'm doing with the optics, because I'm doing it in date. So we go from the day he goes missing. We've pulled every single news, so you can see the difference between actual media and how they cover awareness, how Duchess covered awareness, to those that inserted themselves and started creating fucking messes from jump. It's wild when we were watching it through, and we go in date order. So you see what the news is saying, who is talking, everything. Yeah, hallucinogenic during that during those live streams, she actually went and privated and took down live streams as I was reviewing them. No, we're on the 8th, Pika. We're only to the 8th. I've got it laid out, but we're only to, it's a playlist, you guys. It's got its own entire playlist on my channel. There's 3 videos on it right now. Hold on, it's one of my better works, honestly, if I'm being honest. It's probably one of the better ones. It's mind-blowing. I really encourage you guys, if you care about the optics of how this happens in case to case, because it's been done in case to case to case. It is truly, you'll be like me. It is mind-blowing to see. And this is why I hopped on Queen's panel that other day to confront Clue, is because she was just one of many. But when you hear what she was, oh my God. You can't unsee it once you see it. Here you go. Here's the playlist. Drop it in the chat. Yeah, well, we're going to have to redo the whole Duchess. We have to redo the teams because we didn't even realize who was team what. Oh, Patty, I have so many live streams and so many deep dives, and some of them are really long, like really long. You guys probably. Yeah. It's crazy to watch it. It's really, honestly, I was mind blown when I was putting it together, and it's still, I have more to come in the dates. People thought that XYZ is when things switch. Like a lot of people have opinions on when things switch. No. Truly, Duchess did that interview, but before Duchess even did that interview with Chris and Katie on the 3rd of March, there was already rumors about Chris being out there threatening media journalists with a pew-pew. Didn't happen, but that was concocted on Facebook and brought to YouTube and made into content. Their home was already being pulled apart by creators online. People were driving by their house, recording stuff. It's wild. Oh, the three sides true crime. That's where we get that. Hold on, let me go back over here. Let me pull it up. And the reason why we're doing this is because there's absolutely a pattern. There is absolutely a pattern that goes into play with how creators latch onto these cases. This is the very first one. This is a timeline tour featuring the ever-changing optics, the media impact part 1. And we went through all of the media interviews in date order.
To locate Sebastian and get his face out there. And the mom.
Super, super crazy looking at this case from like right down the road. No lie, because I didn't go on last night. We had friends over. I cooked Nashville hot chicken, macaroni, collards, all that stuff, and our
Literally back it up, Terry. Yep. And the reason I'm doing this, I'm telling you guys, I'm doing full transparency, or we are walking the timeline of creators that got involved, whether they were locals, whether they were bringing awareness. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going in a timeline fashion. This is not to shade, shame, anything. I want you to be.
Oh, SS. As far as the teams were being formed way before people realized it, in my opinion. And that's why I said that, like, we've got to redo, because I have whiteboards with who we thought was team XYZ and who we thought was, hell no, was I wrong? There's people that were involving themselves that were team one side or the other way before I ever even saw it. Like, I didn't see it until I saw it. Amethyst wrote down the playbook. She wrote it out. We did a live stream of like what it takes for one of these cases to go, and how the formulation of like using discussion groups from Facebook. It's crazy to see her explaining the playbook of sorts and how they do it. Once you hear that and then you watch these things fall into, it's fucking insane. It's insane.
Able to sit back and look at the optics of how,
and you can insert any case from social media, Summer Wells, Chris Watts, Marvon McCray, into that playbook, and you can go back and see a lot of these creators were involved. Idaho 4, the Delphi case. You can, Karen Reed, insert a bunch of names, and it plays out the exact same way over and over again. Facebook discussion groups, building content off of rumors and speculation, building it into content. Wild
how things change. So up until now, we have media covering it. Even Terry Lynn's coverage on the 27th wasn't problematic. She was just replaying. She's a local, trying to get the word out. Nothing wrong with that. I find her strange. Not that she covered that strange. Clue was another local, March 2nd. Okay? I want you to take all of this in.
Friends.
Again, did you hear the date on that? March 2nd. And I was giving them props, like they're locals. It wasn't strange to me that they were covering it or had interest in this. Not at all. Nothing was strange about the locals being involved in covering this case. Just Kentucky, I haven't. I've been a little preoccupied. Sorry. Hey, Casual Art.
The husband has never had Nashville hot chicken, so we invited him over to try it. He is a
I am fast forwarding, like speeding it up because that's how we listen to everything over here.
you literally like we're sitting around watching YouTube, tripping, whatever, laughing, not tripping, like that, but we're just laughing.
And we will get back to
Body's spreadsheet is amazing. Amazing. Her spreadsheet is amazing. Yeah, Three Sides True Crime. Breaking Chains, Lynn, is amazing. Her and I have very similar, but she goes in depth with like the legal, her videos are exceptional. Michelle After Dark, exceptional. Like I can kind of understand where their brains are. And I'm like, oh, I get that. Michelle goes really in depth. Like they all have their specialty. Those two have specialties though, like the dog handling. That's way over my head. I'll be honest. It's like whoop, way over my head, but it's awesome to see people lay it out. And then Breaking Chains, she has done some incredible videos on this stuff.
To Duchess's interview, but I had these two out of place. Sorry.
Having a good old time, and somebody brings it up, and of course everyone in the room, like even kids, are like, "Oh yeah, so and so said, so and so said." So when I started hearing all this, I was like, "What? Be for real." So there are some deets from the inside that are kind of crazy, and at the same time, they could be kind of sad for the reality of what's happened. So I got to say, for the first few days, I was convinced that he walked off. Right?
Deets from the inside. Isn't it interesting to hear deets from the inside? Inside sources already. March 2nd. Telling you guys, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Because they said it was like sometime after midnight. I'm thinking the parents tucked him in to bed. And I'm assuming it was midnight maybe when they went to bed, or maybe that's when they tucked him in. I don't know. But they said that he left with a flashlight. Okay. And the mom has reported to law enforcement that all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. So for me, I'm like, you hear like autistic, right? And you assume that maybe there's like cognitive issues, maybe behavioral issues, but thinking clearly might be a problem. However, with him, that is not the case. Apparently, he is super high functioning autistic, so much so that he's not even.
Yeah, Smiley was involved. She started coverage March 1st, just so everybody knows. We'll get Duchess's link dropped in there. Smiley was involved too. I'm not as interested in her first coverage on March 1st, but she comes into play right here too. So we've got Smiley, who's got connections to the area too. So Smiley, Trevor Lee, Clue, Terry Lynn. And Duchess is going to come into play for the awareness part. Now, Duchess was reached out to and contacted, just so everybody's clear before we even listen to any of these. Duchess was contacted by a family member of Katie's to bring awareness to this case, okay? The rest of these, and here, I'll just show you guys this for full transparency too. This is Smiley's on March 1st. So Smiley is covering it as of March 1st also. If you guys want me to look at that, we can. It's nothing interesting, in my opinion. Again, awareness. Clue is stating, whoa, oh my God, Sebastian Rogers' inside info is crazy. That's what's interesting to me.
In any special classes at school. He just goes to regular class with all of the other kids. Okay. Now, where it gets crazy is when it comes to the family. All right. I'm going to show you some screenshots of information that we have gotten. Okay. But first, I got to ask fiance for a favor. Can you get my water? It might be a little loud. Both of my parents are here visiting for obviously baby Clue's birthday. So JB, I am actually with you now. Based on some of the info.
I'm speeding her up again.
If that makes any sense, which is crazy, y'all, because I'm like, at first I'm like, oh wow, okay, so there's like a missing kid case here, which is insane, right? And you always hope for the best. And like I said, for the first few days, I thought that's exactly what we had. However, my opinion, and I think fiance's opinion, and the opinion of our friends that were here last night has probably changed a little bit. So let me pull this up for you guys. And I'm gonna show you some areas of interest or whatever. I'm gonna show you where he lives. There I go, talking past tense. Sorry, that's a really hard thing not to do. So I will say from now on when I'm watching parents talk, I won't jump right on they're talking past tense because I literally just did that for no reason at all. But you gotta ask yourself, guys, it's been 6 days now. And when I tell you there are a shit ton of people out looking for this little boy, it is not a joke.
She's confirming that the presence was extensive.
Literally over 12 K9 units. They have, I want to say 40 is a number. I could be wrong, but mounted units, which if you don't know, that means people on horses. They've got the second day, they had over 225 people on the ground searching for him, and they had walked and clocked over 2,000 miles in 2 days. Okay. So
this is March 2nd, but you can go through this whole thing and then you can go to Smiley.
That is his favorite color. I detail
it all, date by date, who was covering it, what they were saying. how it kind of started to change through this. Then you go over here. Hold on. Then you go back to this.
Insanity. Not to mention, the other weird thing is we have a description of what he was wearing. And you always hear that and you're like, oh, okay, because the people who saw him last
Pika, mods, you guys do what you need to. I'm back and forth. I'm monitoring.
said what he was wearing. Or they saw the person on camera and know what they were wearing.
It looks like it's Jaybee.
So there is just like all sorts of stuff. There's rumors, stepdad, like messages and shit being used for content. Like it's crazy to watch this, but that whole thing is up. Like you can see the whole timeline of date by date, who involves themselves, what they use for content, some of the things that they claim through this. And we go through all of it. We go not just content creators. There's the drive-by, the homes, driving by the home, then Duchess's interview, all of it. Like you can watch it all. It's wild to see. Hold on, I gotta go look at whiskey. Whiskey's like what? Patty, some of these are actually entertaining because she screams at Duchess. Oh, Revival, I can be a hate channel. I've been called worse in my day. I truly don't care. They can call me a hate channel. They just don't understand that this is a problem on both sides of the fence. Like all of it from case to case. The Summerwells case was built very similar to this and the creators that were involved and stuff like that. Like it's crazy. Patty, some of those with Smiley though, you should see when she gets triggered about calling the cops. Oh my God, hold on. Is that in this one where she gets so triggered and calls the cops to report Duchess, or is it in the next one? It's in the next one. Hold on. Hey, let's see. Where is it?
That simply does not add up. I've included 2 new photos here of Sebastian posing with some of his.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. Sorry, I was. Give me a second. It's this one. It's freaking crazy, though. It's crazy to watch her freak out. Oh, here she is. Here she goes. That's where the Duchess clip comes
Is there. Now, much more coming up throughout all our evening shows. Coming up at 4 o'clock, their message for the community. We have lots to get to, but for now, Holly Thompson live here in Hendersonville. Now,
all right. So again, that was March 4th. Now we are going to switch gears. On March 4th, content creators were also continuing to cover this. So we are going to go to Smiley. I want you to remember, if you didn't watch the first segment, she had been covering this from the first. But on the 4th, I want you to see a difference if you notice anything significant.
Good morning, y'all. I'm so sorry I look like hello.
This is crazy.
But anyway, good morning.
I'm going to fast forward it a
You
little
have
bit.
got to be.
Hold on. Wasting police time and resources. Hold on. Already been pushing on March. This is where, again, this is March 4th. So we've got Smiley and we've got one other creator that cover it on the 4th.
Updates. I noticed that the parents or the stepdad and join coffee.
Hold on just a second. Let me back that up. So by this time we had Terry Lynn and Cluminati already covering it. Trevor Lee was also making posts on his YouTube community wall and his Facebook. Okay, just kind of setting the stage here. Terry Lynn had already been pushing on March 3rd that supposedly the stepfather had an RO on him, an active RO, which was not even remotely close.
Good morning. I literally fell asleep like this.
We're going to speed her up.
And a phone in one hand.
Because I want to get through, I'm going to try to get through the 8th, but I don't know. I'm a seahorse. How many of them have you heard say how impacted they are? Well, they have it out for me, or, yeah, yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on. Replacing the victim with their own victimhood after they inserted themselves into cases. I don't know if we can even do that because there's just so much.
I got some sleep. Okay.
And I barely had time to check my phone this morning. I made one phone call this morning. Let's just hear this. Hold on. I know y'all like my phone call. I'm so disorganized. Hold on.
Yes.
Y'all can hear me good, right? Just kiss the hug good. Bye and enjoying coffee. Good, Nico. Nothing like some good coffee. I could put my smiley face head down, but I don't know. I might. I really need a shower. I really do. I think I still have some makeup. I don't even know, girl.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I hate to bother you. This is not emergency, right? Okay, thank you. I was calling about Sebastian Rogers.
Y'all, for those of you that haven't seen this again, some of you have, because a lot of you were here with me for these 6 hours. It is intense. It's a 6-hour video, but we go date by date, creator by creator, news article by news article as they were being released, what was going on with the search on the ground locally compared to what creators were saying. She called the cops and recorded them on March 4th and used it as content. Like, fucking seriously? And it was all because of Duchess.
And I was just trying to see if there was any updates. I noticed that the parents, or the stepdad and the mom had spoken on YouTube last night.
How many of you realize that she called this early on? How many of you knew? To whoever sent me the Cash App, I don't want to say your name, but thank you so much. Unexpected, and thank you so much. How many of you knew that she was making calls as of March 4th? Police time and wasting police time and resources.
Nash
with all
Native,
this bullshit.
yes.
How many of you realize that? No, she's not cranky.
It's unreal
No,
what
she's
you will
not.
learn in this. When we went back and put it
How
together,
many?
it's like
Did anybody know that she had already been calling? This is March 4th. Did you guys realize she had called in? Listen to this.
And I don't know if y'all were aware of that or not, but anyway, I'm not sure. Okay, so is there any updates from the law enforcement? I'm just trying to find out.
You guys got to understand. So how I do things is I have a theory about things. There's a theory that I have or something that I will be really convinced of in my head. I do everything to disprove my own theories. So I will go back and research and search again and research and search again and research and search again. And that's how we ended up here, because I was like, whoa, I didn't know any of this shit had happened, because I didn't even know some of these other creators existed. When I came in, it was because of JLR and Spanky. So I didn't even know these other creators had existed. So by that time, their fuckery was way more in depth than I even had a clue about. And I never went back and searched who was what was going on, what they were doing, none of it. And so when this all came, I was, oh, what? Carolyn, thank you for becoming a new member. And 3 Sides True Crime, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana, y'all.
Nothing that I'm aware of. They're still just searching for him, and but they haven't. No, there's nothing new that the public doesn't know. Okay, are you taking any searches from the public right now? Like, no, not yet. It's still just law enforcement right now. Okay, and is anybody suspect? This is just the only question that I have, because
is anybody suspects? March 4th, she's calling law enforcement. Is anybody suspect?
Of the interview last night, like, has anybody been cleared? I know they haven't publicly come out and said anybody suspects.
She calls law enforcement and asks if there's any suspects because of the interview that they did with Duchess the night before. Yep. You have got to be joking. And so she, on March 4th, calls up law enforcement and records them to ask if there is suspects. Because not only, Patty, that's why I get so fucking pissed when people just trash me thinking I think I'm smarter than everybody or I'm better than everybody. No, I've just put the time in to go and see what is actually going on. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. But a lot of people don't want to see it. A lot of people refuse to see it. And that's their choice, because they will do it in the next case too. Did they go on Duchess's channel, which she was salty about because, her and Duchess, she has some issues with Duchess. And of course they picked Duchess. So that was salty. But on top of that, you had Terry Lynn pushing narratives out here that there was a RO on Chris Proudfoot. Yep. 100%. Do you see where we're going here with this timeline?
Has anybody been cleared as suspects? I'm not sure. That's all law enforcement. I just dispatched for them. I have no idea of any of that information. Okay, who would I talk to about that? I'm not sure. It hasn't gotten to the public yet. There's no one we're able to talk to yet until you'll just have to watch the news and listen for updates. Okay, but they would come out. The law enforcement would come out and say, "Hey, everybody, or the parents, or whoever, anybody." They would come out and publicly say, "These people have been cleared," right? Yeah. I assume so, yes. Okay, and that hasn't been done, right? Not to your knowledge, right? Not to my knowledge. I'm not sure. Like I said, I whatever the news is, so they're not suspecting any foul play or anything at this time. Yeah.
They're not suspecting any foul play. Isn't this wild to look back and see? It's crazy. Slim, that's later in March. That was after all the United Cajun Navy debacle and all of that. So that's end of March-ish. There was so much going on before most of us even realized it. Before JLR ever went boots on the ground, which wasn't until March 21st. Think about that. JLR wasn't even on the ground until March 21st. All of this shit had popped off way sooner than that. Way sooner than that. It is mind-blowing. It's crazy to watch.
We know that.
No. They haven't found him.
I'm just saying they haven't come out and said.
They haven't found anybody, honey.
Her first initial coverage did not bother me. Smiley's first initial coverage of this did not bother me because she has local ties to the area. Watch this. I'm going to fast forward it so you guys can watch it if you want to. We won't watch the whole thing, but watch this. This is crazy too. Law enforcement. She has already called, and we've heard the recorded call with law enforcement. Hold on. Remember, this is the day after Duchess's interview.
And then
she's angry because Duchess got the interview and wouldn't allow the parents to be attacked. Her coverage in the first section that we watched, she followed law enforcement. Trevor Lee was on her panel. They were being fact basis. That's it. And just because Duchess's interview with the parents and wouldn't allow the parents to be attacked based off social media rumors that were already cycling around, like the supposed threat with the pew-pews to media, which never happened, and other bullshit that was circling around because Duchess wouldn't allow that. Smiley is pissed off.
All I'm gonna say is this, and I'm not trying to fucking be mean. I just woke up and I haven't had much coffee, and I'm not in a very good freaking mood. Okay, I'm not in a mood. I'm not in the mood today. I'm not mad at nobody, but I'm not in a mood. If I was mad at somebody, I would really be mad. I woke up on the wrong side of bed this morning.
She's if you just got in here too, you can rewind. This is March 4th. She called and recorded law enforcement.
But if you want to be famous, and you want to start doing shit for clicks, views, and likes, and you want to be noticed, you're noticed because guess what? I sent your whole interview like I do mine sometimes, like the one I had for Don Wells. You're noticed, baby, because I sent your whole interview when it was over last night to Brandon Carter of the Sheriff's Department up there that's asking for where you share mine for the video where they were.
She took Duchess's interview. Yes, you guys. She took Duchess's interview and sent it to the detective after Duchess wouldn't allow the parents to be attacked. So she emails Duchess's interview to law enforcement. She has already called, and we've heard the recorded call with law enforcement. This is all about jealousy. This is why she got involved and started spinning narratives. She was already covering it, but because Duchess got that interview, because she was asked to by a family that reached out to Duchess, that is, she was contacted by a family friend of theirs. She is this vindictive. Her initial coverage was fact basis with Trevor Lee on, no problem. She had local ties to the area, but because Duchess had the interview, she starts spinning.
Right.
Why do you think sides were picked? Why do you think sides were started? It was started way before people even realized. And it was all because halfway through Duchess's coverage, bringing awareness to Sebastian being missing, Chris and Katie decided to go up and talk and answer questions. Smiley gets pissed off, calls the cops, records the cops the very next morning, and then sends Duchess's interview to law enforcement. And instantly everything changes because she dislikes Duchess. And Chris and Katie were up there and she wouldn't allow them to be attacked.
Asking for the video for the to go back to Sunday through Monday if anybody had any video. Well, I sent them your video where you contacted the parents, where you had them on your stage last night on your live. And
he didn't contact the parents. She was reached out to.
Carter wrote me back and said, thank you. Thank you.
Look at that.
So this is a very, 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 very much needed thing. Do you know that I'm thinking that was very helpful that they were up there? Being the night before, especially, we already knew before you took him up there and he gallivanted around about, I did go out there with the news crew and I did tell them. All he did was verify what he did without verifying what he did. Because I already knew yesterday morning he went out there with a gun and run the news crew off, but he didn't. Calm, quick.
And he denies that. He denies having a pew-pew. And the very next day, the interview with media comes out of them sitting at their table. So he's threatening media with a gun. But yeah. And threatening them. But again, that was already being pushed. In part one, we saw that. They used anonymous posts from social media, from Facebook, brought him to YouTube, and started painting a narrative against Chris Proudfoot. And then Duchess does her interview. Marlene. So there's actually many narratives that were being shoved. There's many changes, and like, but the side shit with the playbook stuff, there was a heavy narrative that started for sure. Absolutely. But there's significant changes. This was started within days. I mean, there was a private Facebook group by locals made on the 27th of February. Bullshit and Bobby, Karen, who has been Team Seth's sister, like day number 2, February 27th, that Facebook group. And it wasn't a public Facebook group for awareness. It was a private Facebook group. Like, you can't overlook this shit. It is wild to see. Wild to see how they do it. But that whole playlist is very interesting. Like I said, we detail a little bit about the day before, what we've learned, and then up to, we ended March 7th, but we are on March 8th. But I encourage you, if you haven't seen that, yes, Patty, yes, she did. That's why I'm saying a lot of these characters have been involved in the same type of bullshit in multiple cases. And they pick a side based on who their other opposite creator that they don't like. It's fucking wild. It's so wild. Yes, Pen. And that's a great point too, Pen, because in that series, we show like what media was actually covering, the awareness that the locals were bringing. Yeah, Marlene, I agree with you too. There is definite times when narratives are absolutely being established to run with. And you can see that. Like, you can see. Yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah. Anyways. How many of you watched that with me? A few of you have watched that entire series when I walked through so far. Tell me in the chat, once you see what we're talking about, and some of you saw it before me. So let me just say that, like, people have been trying to tell me, Becky, this is a whole thing. It happens time and time again. This is what they do. This is how they claim that they're true crime. But once you see it, you can't unsee it, correct? Like, once you see this playbook of sorts, and again, it's not like an actual playbook, but it is like for these quote unquote true crime, which are not true crime creators. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Oh, I got you, baby. I got you. I'll play it a little bit further. I don't want to bore you guys because it's wild. It happened to me. Like, once you see this, and like I've been explaining, the only way I can really, this was Terry and Am and everybody else around me that was like, Becky, like, this is the Jerry Springer type shit. The Geraldo Rivera's, like, it is so true. Once I saw the Ramsey, John Benet Ramsey case and the Geraldo Rivera mock trial, like, once you see, these are the new age tabloids. Them talk and bring awareness to Sebastian, and this is where it spirals from there. Buckle up, because this is wild.
And collected about what he actually really fucking did. He also was very controlling, Chris, I'm talking about the stepfather, about what he did, about controlling his.
Yes, it's like the Star magazine. It's the tabloids at your checkout stand that you used to be able to pull up. It's your Geraldo Rivera. But like I've said before, at least with those magazines, like the magazines, the Star magazine, there was print time. So it wasn't access and active. Like, there was time. There was a lapse of time of things happening. Even with the shows, there was production. You know, they weren't actively moment by moment like we are today. Revival, same. I was too. I was clueless.
Wife, while he was conveniently out of town working, sound familiar, on the phone with her, and she fell asleep on the couch at a certain time, and he had to hours later tell her to wake up and go to bed and go get in the bed. I fall asleep in here, nobody comes and gets me. Who does that? Aurora, you want me to say it? It was Duchess. Not see her channel? Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess.
Oh my God.
Look, y'all didn't see the interview.
Look at that. Look at how she's unraveling. Oh, she is unraveling. Insert spin number 4.
Because nobody really watches that channel? Really? I don't know. I'm not being mean.
Baby. Thank you so much. Seriously, like I thank you so much. And Patty, thank you both of you. I'm speechless right now. Thank you both. Thank you. Let's listen to that again. That's where that clip came from. We all about fell over when we found that. I didn't know a lot of like the details. I knew that these were the orders that they played, and I had time stamped a lot of stuff. But some of this shit, oh, so fun to watch. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. And Patty, thank you again.
At a certain time, and he had to hours later tell her to wake up and go to bed and go get in the bed. I fall asleep in here. Nobody comes and gets me. Who does that? Aurora, you want me to say it? It was Duchess. Not see her channel. Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. Duchess. Oh, y'all see the interview.
Look at that. Look at how she's unraveling. Oh, we enjoyed this way too much. She is unraveling. Insert spin number 4.
Because nobody really watches that channel. Really? I don't know. I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean.
It was too good. It never gets old. It never gets old.
I'm pissed right now. I'm pissed.
She's pissed because Duchess got the interview. Wasn't about the parents or finding the missing child ever for Smiley. And that's exactly why, like right now, 10 months later, almost 11 months later, what is a chantel? A chantel. You didn't see it? It was on her chantel. It's crazy.
I'm more pissed because she got up there, and just like Cow Lady, she thought she had gold in her hand.
Denny, who's Bat Boy? Any different name, or tell me a little bit about Bat Boy? Creator, YouTube, like what app, story? Like I have no clue what you're talking about. Kimberly, he's the one that I saw expose what she wrote to the courts and ask for because of her advocacy in Summer Wells.
And she says, somebody asked, how long have you and the wife been married? Stopped her channel, block everybody. You're not going to do them like this. That's personal. We're not going to do them like this. That has nothing to do with Sebastian.
Yeah, because the audience already, based off of anonymous posts and salacious bullshit that they were trying to build, people like Terry Lynn saying that Chris had an active RO, which was not true. The threats with the pew were not true. They were trying to bring awareness to Sebastian. Duchess was controlling her chat and saying, we're not doing this. This is awareness for a missing child. And she is pissed that they wouldn't allow it. Shocking, huh?
We don't know what 10 years behind him had to do with Sebastian. We don't know.
Oh, Sean, interesting.
We don't know. Why?
Denny, that's interesting. That's before my. Isn't this crazy?
Why are you going to coddle them? They may come out today. It's a weekday or tomorrow. They've searched their house over 10 times.
Again, like right there. Awareness for a missing child. But you see right there, like she was pissed because Duchess was bringing awareness to a missing child. True awareness is not attacking parents. And she is pissed. Let me remind you, since I got it right here.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
It's too good. It's too good. She knew that house had been searched over 10 times on March 4th. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking insane to go back. I enjoyed watching or going through this with you. Ikmail covered it too. He was one of the first big creators. Then JLR gets involved. And you can see how JLR starts to, again, the total difference between Duchess's interview and how these other creators get involved and how things start turning south. Like it is, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Then the Pascal, like it is wild to watch it. Again, there's a playlist. It's got 3 videos. It's a lot of long form content, but it's probably some of my better work, honestly, because as we were watching it, I was shocking myself. I was like, holy shit. And now you guys might understand, like, when you go back and see the clue parts too, now you guys will see, like, she was the only one on panel at Queens that day. That's why I was so like, what the fuck are you talking about? You were one of the foundational characters, creators who inserted themselves and have played flip-flop games and lied to people and played all this fucking bullshit from side to side all along. Like, that's why I confronted her that day. Not because she was one of the only ones. I had already started the series and we were watching it unfold, and I was just at my wit's end that day. And I was like, the fuck? I never once said it was all on her. Never once. But she continues to say, no, it's only blamed me. No, the fuck I didn't. You were the only ass on that on the panel that day that was in the foundation of this. Granny wasn't even involved till the end of March. BJ wasn't involved till closer to the end of March. Betty wasn't involved till the end of March. Like, all of this fuckery had already started. It's unbelievable, Rainbow. It's unbelievable. Patty, it's I hope you enjoy it. It's a lot. I'm sorry, you guys. It's long. And that's my goal this week, is to take us back to the 8th and finish that out, because I'm hoping people will give it the time and energy to actually watch some of this. You can like these people. It's not a, like, personally, I don't like anybody, as you guys know. Actually, I do. I like a lot of people. I just don't like creators that do this, because it's a playbook. And it's, at the end of the day, we don't know. I'll say that again. I don't know Chris, Katie, or Seth. I don't know who did what, where Sebastian is. No clue. I have theories that I think, and then it switches up from time to time. I personally think it's very likely he walked out on his own. Until proven otherwise, right now, we live in America where it's innocent until proven guilty. And yes, the parents absolutely had a hand in how things played out here. 100%. And that's why it's so important for us to reallocate resources to organizations and 501c3s and places like that that do help bring awareness with flyers and billboards and things of that nature, so parents don't feel the need and the desperation to come to social media and ask for help. That is what I'm hoping people see, is there is a real need to allocate funds to these organizations that do bring awareness, so people aren't desperate. Yes, some are going to still come. Some are still going to come. But that's okay. There's some channels that are great for bringing awareness and will not let them be attacked and are victims focused. There's a big difference in awareness versus exploitation and building. This has never been a true crime case. These people claim that they're true crime. Meanwhile, this is an awareness case of a missing child. Patty, we're picking up on the 8th. Yep. And you can insert this shit. Thor, Thor, I don't know how you've put up with me all these months. Seriously. Thor doesn't like nobody, and he puts up with my ass. Like, I don't know if you're just tolerant of me, Thor, or what, but oh my gosh. Pen, I love Body's content. I have watched and binge watched a lot of her content. I really appreciate her view on things. I do like her content because she sees. Yeah. Yep, there is a confirm, and it continues to happen in these cases. Like, again, you can go back. Am and I did a live right before I started this series and explained, like, the playbook of sorts that is non-existent, but it definitely exists. Lots of tinfoil, Thor. my wavelengths aren't penetrating your tinfoil at this point. It's just crazy though, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. Like, not at all. I'll entertain other people's, and I'm like, okay, I can see that. You know, like, I'm not against all conspiracies, but this is just a wash, rinse, repeat. You can enter any missing person or anything that's taken off and turned into like this, and you can see the playbook. Dorothy, she was doing true crime stuff before true crime became a thing. Huh, Hope? The only issue I had with you hopping on Queen Bee's channel was that we have been dealing with other creators hopping up on panels and it getting called out. I don't know what you're talking about, Hope. Her channel is an open panel channel. Everybody hops up there. I'm not sure what you're talking about. That's you need a recommended list, maybe of channels I recommend. Is that what you're asking me for? Casual art, we didn't either. When I was putting that together, I didn't either. No clue. But I will say I was glad to see like he backed out really fast. Baby, and she wasn't even involved in the foundation of any like it's crazy to me. It's crazy. And then you watch how much all of these other people are heavily invested in shit. Only up to March 8th. Yep. Hope I just think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You didn't upset me at all. I think I'm not understanding what you mean about people. I don't know. Like, I don't participate over there very often unless I have something to say and there's somebody up there because these people will not panel up with me typically. And I was just pissed. I was pissed. I'd had enough of the look over there, not over here. I don't remember anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Ooh. Maybe you want to know what's happening to me recently. So I tell you guys about my algorithm and how much it fucks me up all the time. It's a really short list, right? Thor's like, we've tried this before. Nonsense doesn't have anybody. Nonsense don't like anybody. No, Patty, that's one thing Queen will always like. Sometimes I take them, back too, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I like because I said stuff, I instantly sent it over and was like, nope, this is what it is. So I send the receipts right away too if I say something and don't show it on panel. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I've been for some reason, May, the channels pop family vloggers. Why? Why are family vloggers? There's a channel with 16 kids, 16, Utah. I think there's 7 bio and 9 fostered or adopted. Then 2 local crazy pieces and crazy middles here in Arizona have been popping up in my feed nonstop. The Nelsons or whatever from Utah, from St. George. Oh my God. Why? See, Akira, I don't watch many of like true crime, Duty Ron, but I don't have time if I'm being honest. Like that's why when people expect that I watch or see everything, I usually get notified, hey, this is what's going on here. That's how I knew that the lies were being told on Queens the other day by Clue because somebody said, there's a problem here. So I went over there and I was like, what the fuck? Hold up. No. And then I was like, maybe I'm remembering this wrong. No, I went back and looked. But I don't have time. I genuinely don't because I get so entrenched in these long form timelines that I spend so much time going back and looking at shit. I'll catch something here or there if somebody tells me, like, go watch this. Like Smiley today. Duchess said, you gotta go watch this. I don't think I've ever watched Grizzly. I know. I don't know. I don't know why that are all popping up, Dorothy. Like it's been crazy. Maybe it's the holidays or something that they're all popping in. I just keep hitting do not recommend, but I did watch a couple of them and I was like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Again, I mean, it's hard for me on some of that though, because I feel like fostering and adopting is amazing if the people have the resources to do it and provide a safe home. But then at the same time, a lot of those kids need one-on-one individual time, energy, love, support, therapy, treatment, if they come from a, a toxic, which is usually why they're in foster care or up for adoption. So when you have that many, I just know for myself, it's hard to keep up with 2, let alone 16 would be impossible to give the time and attention that's needed. So it's twofold. I'm like, it's great that they're not in a foster care home because a lot of times they don't get the attention there either. But then it's so double-edged a lot of times with those. A lot of times, and for some reason, every one of them is Mormon. Every one of the ones I just named are Mormon. Again, nothing against, I have a lot of my best friends are Mormon, but there's extremists within that stuff too. And it's like, what the fuck? And a lot of the kids have became vloggers. Oh, maybe it's, some of these are wild. Patty, I will. She's been recommended to me so many times. That's amazing, Kimberly. I love that. But a lot of them, they have like 16 kids. The one, the Nilsons or whatever. When truly, when I go watch something outside of like when I'm researching, I really enjoy pimple popping videos. As crazy as that sounds, I enjoy the swinger drama from TikTok. Love that shit for some reason. If I want drama, that's what I'm interested in because that's just fucking crazy. Again, no kink shame in here. Do whatever you, but there's always drama. Always drama. I've learned all about how to be a long haul truck driver. I've successfully managed that. I also tiny house building. I love that. You have 7 sisters. Yeah. Kimberly, and you know what? People don't realize either. The Mormon church actually promotes a lot of their influencers. So they like within the church, they are promoted through the church, through young women's groups. Um, these people are promoted heavily. Oh, there is one girl that's Mormon from Utah that I absolutely love. She's the one that does the Utah moms. And she does like a mockery out of the perfect Utah mom. She is Mormon, but she is freaking funny as shit. And she's not in like all the little Mormon groups. She is funny as shit. But they have a huge family too. But I think she's got 3 kids of her own. Is pimple popping a kink? No, the swinger stuff is a kink, but pimple popping, I don't know what is wrong with me. I love the tiny house building. Escaping polygamy, yeah. So Thor, I am super invested in the cult stuff. I do watch a lot of the cult stuff. Kyle and I, you might not have known this, but Kyle and I took 6 Mormon missionaries to tour Scientology and do like the testing and stuff. That was so much fun. But we're super into the cult stuff after living in Utah and then me growing up in cult type stuff. So I've always been entrenched in that. But escaping polygamy, it's really toxic with when people like ex communities, like ex cult members leave cults and communities are formed. A lot of times it's very toxic because the cult outside of the cult starts and it becomes very toxic and dangerous for a lot of those people. Escaping polygamy, thank goodness for a lot of those, that's a FLDS, but it's really crazy. And there's a huge difference. People really get confused. They actually there's a lot of FLDS. There's a lot of crimes within the FLDS stuff. Casual art, right? It's calming for me. No, maybe no. No, we had big interest in it. Kyle loved watching this stuff on South Park. No shit. And we were living in Utah at the time, and the missionaries used to come over. I used to cook. They spent every holiday with us, so we'd have like 15, 20 people at our house for holiday dinners. All the missionaries would come out. They would hide after their curfew at our house and watch movies and stuff that they're not supposed to because they're typical kids. They're typical kids that just needed support, love, and care. And they, of course, were trying to convert us to become Mormons, but we just provided a safe space, and we talked to a bunch of them. Kyle had shown them the South Park episodes about Scientology and how crazy that was. But when we went to the Scientology building in Utah, they actually tried to convince that the Mormon missionaries that they could be Scientologists and missionaries at the same time. It was the fucking funniest shit ever. We've never believed in any of it, though. I'm pretty much not anti-religion. I'm very anti-cult. But mainstream religion, I guess. I'm kind of, or any of that stuff. We had watched all of the documentaries and everything on it. And I'm not against people and their choices. Like, people have the freedom of choice. I'm just very against high power control groups, period. Yes, and yes. And Mark. And what's her name? Fucking Matt, Misty, Christina. Christina is the biggest shit show. Oh, maybe some of those kids, 2 of them actually came back and lived with us after they ended their missions. They came back and lived with us. We got really close to them, really close to some of these kids. Love Cults to Consciousness. Absolutely adore her. Great channel. Great work. The Amish. Have you guys ever looked into the Amish stuff? Yeah, and I'm not against people have the freedom of choice. I'm not against people and their choices for whatever they want to believe in. I'm just against some of the shit that happens. Christina, yeah. And did you see when she was arrested and the body cam got released? I have all those. When she broke into Matt's house and was on the phone with Mark. Whew, that was a crazy train wreck. Roro, I actually know one of them. I sold LuLaRoe for a little while. Yes, Dorothy, the Amish, that stuff, the plain communities are very intriguing to me. You would definitely catch a charge, Thor. I think Kyle would too. I don't think Kyle could handle watching me. Oh my God. Revival, stop it. Don't do that to Kyle. He's sick enough. He might just never come home from the hospital. And I was, for a while there, I followed it pretty close. Oh my gosh. Cults to Consciousness. Great channel, Mimi. Great channel. Absolutely great channel. Yeah, the Amish are very interesting. Very, very interesting. And the sexual assault within the Amish families is so high. And there's actually one of the stories that I was just watching. I was rewatching one of the documentaries about how unreported the sexual assault crimes are within the Amish, because speaking to police is, for them, more of a crime than the sexual assault itself. Oh, stitching. Yeah. Yeah. So a cross between extreme Pentecostal, like the extreme Pentecostal, and followers of Christ. Yeah. Yeah. That's what got me into loving the cult type stuff. Yeah. I grew up having demons casted out of me and being anointed with oil. Our rooms had to be anointed with oil before we could stay in them, so the demons wouldn't stay, because we were passing a generational curse down from my mom after my parents got divorced. And yeah, extreme. Very, very extreme. Yeah. Gummy Red. Poof. We've been in a shit show for years. The economy is in the shitter, and I don't predict it's going to get it any better anytime soon, unfortunately. The Utah bubble, Aries, is so different too. For people to not understand, like, it's a whole different experience being Mormon in other states. So that's where a lot of people get really offended when I talk about the Mormon religion. Or Kyle and I attended General Conference. Like, we have really good friends in the Mormon church, and we don't have a problem with their beliefs. They're amazing people. But in Utah itself, because it's considered like the Holy Land for Mormons, the pursuit of perfectionism and what they want you to perceive from the outside is so dangerous, because the purity culture is so toxic. In the schools, in the public schools, were you temple recommended? Patty, I am tired, but actually I feel like I'll be able to sleep tonight because I was able to just come on here and bullshit with you guys. I am tired, but I'm glad it's been a few really stressful days for sure. Yeah. Gummy, back to your question. I think we've been in doom and gloom for quite some time, and I don't see it changing. Our economy is in the shitter right now. People can't even barely provide for their families. And then we have the freaking bird flu going around, and the cost of eggs is freaking going up majorly again. Revival and I were talking about that the other day. And then my mother-in-law mentioned it today too. No, Dorothy, you're good. You're good. I'm doing good. You guys know how I am. It actually helped me coming on here and distracting myself tonight. So thank you guys for letting me ramble. I didn't intend on like walking down the holes we did at all, but I'm glad we did. Oh yeah. Yeah, stitching. I have all sorts of I used to have a collection of bad leggings from LuLaRoe. And yes, I was in an MLM, and I'm anti-MLM now too. Like, hell no. Oh, that's hard, Aries, because when you usually, for a lot of people, when they leave the church, they lose their families and stuff. The disconnection is so real. And it's just really sad because, yeah, I mean, shit, one of my best friends, I was 17, she was 18 when she got married in a Mormon church in Montana. And afterwards, we all went, including the bishop, went to her reception, and they made homemade Kahlua, and we had tequila and stuff, and we all drank. They were considered what's called Jack Mormon, but we had a blast. Like, Montana Mormons are totally different than Utah Mormons. Same belief systems, they just don't. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Carolyn, isn't it crazy too? Eggs cost me, hold on, Angel, I'll tell you what our eggs are right now. For an 18 pack, I just said this the other day. Let me look at it again. 802. 802 for an 18 count. 36 count is $15.93 right now at my local Walmart. 802 for an 18 pack of large white eggs. $15.93 for a 36 count. Oh, Maymay, that's one of my big interests. Speaking of which, rest in peace to Mike Rinder. He passed away. And that's he's ex-Scientology. A lot of people have very strong feelings on Mike, but at the end of the day, he did bring a lot of awareness to the cult and the dangers of the cult, for sure. A lot of the cult stuff is very connected too. So there's a lot of Scientologists that are connected to a lot of Mormons, and they use, like, Tim Ballard is connected to with the trafficking work that he was claiming he was doing. A lot of them are connected to a lot of the high profile Scientologists too. Oh, stitching. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oof. That's a lot. That's a lot. $1.29 in the UK. Holy shit. Yeah. $8 for an 18 pack. $11.99. That, oof. Your grill is sitting in the front room. I can't wait till you put it together. I appreciate all of you guys. Maybe my book would probably be titled, I think I said it the other day too, it would be like, no more F's to give, and it would be one page. There's my last F. Oh, Mimi, yeah, he is something else. I'm interested. I've been following that privately too. Like, I'm huge into all of that because he is like considered a hero of sorts in Utah by a lot of people, and he has done so much damage to the overall view of what trafficking actually is and what it looks like. And true advocacy, it's another type of playbook. It's using these noble causes like missing children, trafficking, tragedies for very self-serving purposes. He's really connected politically too. So there's a political tie with him, Sean Reyes, the Utah Attorney General. Becomes a lot of corruption. A lot of corruption that extends very deep in a lot of these places. There, he's tied in with Tony Robbins and Glenn Beck. And if you ever want a really good deep dive on Tim Ballard, I really highly suggest Lynn Packer. He's incredible. Lynn is one of the best journalists from Utah, and he covered, his dad was highly involved. I think his dad was in the quorum at one time. Oh, the grills, yeah. Everything is so intertwined. Yep, for sure. For sure. All right, you guys, I'm going to get out of here. I think I could actually go to sleep now. I got to get up and go back to the hospital in the morning, and I'm hoping that he gets some sleep tonight. He hasn't been sleeping either. He slept like an hour last night and took like an hour nap. So I'm hoping he gets to sleep tonight. But you know how Kyle is. He's just, I'm okay. He's stressed about everything else and stressing about, I need to get out of here. I got to go to work. And I'm like, the fuck you are. When you get out of there, you're not going to work. You're going to be on this couch for a couple of weeks, sir. No, you're not. Men, we've got to change the stigma behind men getting and seeking healthcare and mental health. That is still such a, Kyle's in the hospital, Kenna. He's been hospitalized since Friday. Oh, Terry, thank you for appreciating. My mods are amazing. My friends are amazing. I hate calling you guys mods. He's been in the hospital since Friday. He got admitted Friday. He'd been sick since before Christmas, and he kept progressively getting worse. That's why I was live so often and for so long, because I was just trying to stay out of his hair and find something to do. Well, the kids were on Christmas break, and we were all just like stir crazy in the house. But Friday, he took a turn for the worse, and he got hospitalized on Friday. He's got pneumonia really bad. But he's not making much progress at all. Today's, what is it? It's over 72 hours now that he's been on IV antibiotics and oral, but they're testing him for a bunch of other shit to see if there's something else going on. They're testing him for valley fever and to check for bacteria in his urine and making sure that something else isn't going on, because he's just not recovering very well, and he's not doing well off oxygen. So hopefully we've got some amazing ex-nurses in the chat. Once a nurse, always a nurse, though, that have told me that Duchess and others have, reminded me that hopefully, that the 3 to 5 day window is really important. So hopefully he'll start rounding the corner and making progress. So thank you, Mimi. Thank you, Kenna. Yeah, he's right where he needs to be. Just be like, if you guys have anybody around you that has any of the respiratory stuff please take it seriously. There's so many people that are so sick right now. Yeah, Miss Upper Thigh. I think that's what they're trying to figure out. I think what all is, if it's just solely the pneumonia, so they can, if they need to switch up his antibiotic or what. Elizabeth, I will check for sure. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. Duchess is checking to see if he's got a resistant strain of something so they know what to do. But no, Miss Upper Thigh, it hasn't been, not that to my knowledge. Let me go look. Yeah, anybody that's going, like, has been sick or anything, please go in and get checked out. This stuff is, they're struggling. They had 15, I said this earlier too, they had 15 people waiting for beds on Saturday morning, and today they had 6 waiting. Our Valley hospitals are just filled up. Oh, it's kind of got a haze a little bit. Well, it's just really dark. We had a beautiful sunset tonight. I was driving home and the sunset was just gorgeous. But for sure, yeah, it's cold here tonight too, which isn't nowhere close compared to like what a lot of people are dealing with. But it's colder than it normally has been. The fog. I wouldn't say it's not fog like that. It's just a little bit chillier tonight for sure. Love you too. Oh, yeah, Duchess is sick now too. You're supposed to get sleep. Yeah, there's a lot of influenza. Kenna, they've been struggling, honestly. I took both of them to see him today at 2 different times. And the little one had a real hard time last night. The youngest one, she doesn't like feeling sad or crying. And she just started crying. Like, and when she cries, she says, I'm going to cry. Like, it freaks her out when she feels that sadness. She's the one on the spectrum. And so she had a real hard time processing. So we sat and talked for a long time, and I tried to reassure her, and then she went and watched something to figure out what it was. And then she got herself more freaked out about it. And so we had to sit and really talk about it. So she was really upset for quite a while. And then she was better today after I took her to see him. She went in and just put her arms around him and just hugged him. It was the cutest thing when she told him she loved him last night. She's like, she goes, Kyle, I love you. And it was just super cute. And then the middle one, she wasn't as worried, but my mom had pneumonia like 5 years ago, and she remembers that, and she remembers my mom being hospitalized and how severe it was. So she was 10 at the time. So she has more of a memory of that, and she remembers grandma's never been the same since. Like, she has had breathing difficulties ever since and has been sick, like sick as shit ever since. So she was a little bit more concerned, but handling it better. But she today, actually, I thought I was shocked. Alana did better after seeing him. She was more calm. Aaliyah actually felt worse after seeing him because she was watching his oxygen when he was getting up. She was there when I went and helped him in the shower, and he was really out of breath after a shower and not having oxygen on. And she saw that, and she panicked a little bit. So she was a little bit more discombobulated after seeing him. So it was kind of the opposite reaction for her than I expected. But being able to see him and touch him and know that he's in the right space, they're okay. And they'll be going back to school, not tomorrow, but the next day. So they'll have a good distraction going on too. And they got to see the grandparents. So that makes everything better. Kyle's parents are the bee's knees. For those of you that don't know, like those littles, they absolutely freaking love his parents. So anything. Thank you, baby, so much. Thank you. hey, you know what, baby? That's what we did on my birthday, was spent it getting him admitted and getting him in there. And I do that over and over again and spend my birthday doing that every single day, as long as he's here for the next 10 years to celebrate my birthdays with me, or just even be here. I'd rather have that than any type of celebration any day. Like, yeah, kids have quite a reaction, and especially when they have a lot of trauma previously, even though it's been almost 10 years that they've been with me, and he's been 7, God. It's still like having any little upset to the typical. They have like, things are very consistent and very, to someone, be boring here, but we are very consistent with like routines and things like that. And he is such a huge piece of their life. I think at times he doesn't even realize how much like they rely on him and his strength, or just how much he's needed by them. Like, they adore him. Like, that is one of their superheroes. They might find out that Kyle's illness is related. Revival, he didn't even eat the leftovers. That's how sick he was. He didn't even eat. He ate one piece of cheesecake on Christmas and never touched it again. Never touched it again. That's the crazy part. He hasn't even been eating sweets. I switched up so this hospital, one more thing before I get out of here. This hospital has a standardized menu that they do. So they do have additional things you can call and make changes. And tonight was like a roast turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy. And that's just tonight, that was lunch today. Tonight's was penne pasta with meat sauce. He doesn't like spaghetti. He likes garlic bread, but he does not like spaghetti. So I called earlier and switched up his lunch or his dinner. So he would get chicken tenders, fries, a side salad. And then I got him ice cream, a chocolate chip cookie, and some sweets. He hadn't even touched them. His chicken tenders, he ate all of his chicken tenders, and he got fresh fruit. So he ate his chicken tenders in his fresh fruit cup. His ice cream melted, and his chocolate chip cookie was still sitting there when I left. But he hasn't had any appetite. He's lost like 25 pounds, and that's not a joke, in the last 2 weeks. And his buddy that has the mini cows is sick as fuck too. Sick as shit. Right. If he didn't eat the cheesecake, yes, Kenna, they will. I can bring him in food. He's not on any dietary restrictions. At this point, they're just trying to get anything in him because they're keeping him hydrated with fluids and stuff. But he hasn't been eating at all, and that's crazy for him. Like, he has a crazy sweet tooth. The only thing is he hasn't wanted a Diet Coke, which he's a Diet Coke drinker. He has only been drinking. He hasn't even drank the Gatorades that I've taken him. He's been drinking water, and that's about it. I think he did drink some coffee this morning, though. Yeah. I mean, and this is the first time he's ever spent any time inpatient. So although he's like an amazing mini cow flu revival, that's what I said. No, unfortunately, I think they picked it up on the plane. They both flew different. The one flew to the Midwest, and then Kyle flew home around the same time. So I think they both picked up stuff flying around the holidays. But I was like, what did you guys get into up there? Yeah, soda drinker. He's a soda drinker. He's a smoker. He hadn't smoked. He had smoked like a half a cigarette a couple days before, but he had no interest in that either. I know, Rainbow, I sat on his bed next to him and I was like, goodness, you've lost so much weight that I could even fit in the bed with you now. And he's like, I know. Like, you can see, like, he's really gaunt looking. Like, his coloring's bad. It's getting a little bit better. That's one thing I did notice, like the bags under his eyes aren't as bad today, which he didn't even sleep, but still the fluids are helping because he was so dehydrated. Katie K, thank you so much. Stitching, yeah. But for him, he's such a, you know how it is. You guys all have been in the hospital. When you're in the hospital and in those beds, like, you just sweat and you just feel grimy, even though you feel like shit. For me, it's always the first thing I want to do. Even after I've had a surgery, anything, I want to shower. Like, I want a daily shower. I don't care. I can't stand it. So I always I get the nurses to help me every single time. It's just something. So today I took our entire shower bag over and all of our soaps and shampoos and all of his stuff because Kyle is OCD about his hygiene. So I took him all of his stuff and we got him in the shower and he handled it. He was up for about 15 minutes. He was having a hard time, but he felt better after actually showering too. Oh, Kenna, we're doing as well as we can be. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're hanging in there, just one foot in front of the other. We're Oh, Nicole, I didn't. Yeah, they haven't mentioned anything. They haven't said anything about being a shortage. So maybe here he needs a haircut revival. He really does. Baby, they are not. So he's still on oxygen. They're trying to wean him down. When I left, he was on 1 liter. They're trying to taper him back. He was up to 4 liters, but they're trying to taper him back. But without his oxygen, he's still falling into the high 80s, low 90s. The highest I've seen it get was right after a coughing fit, and it was without oxygen was 92. But then they fall right back down. Yes, they are. They're using one of the ones so they don't get the bed sores. And thankfully they've gotten him up and walked him and stuff too. Yeah, he was on 4 liters. He's been on 4 liters the entire time until today. They started to pull him down some, but they're still not impressed. So yeah, at 4 liters, he was hitting 95% at 4 liters. So I think that's they're just not getting the response to antibiotics and stuff. So that's why they're checking for valley fever and they're checking his urine to make sure that there's not, I can't remember what they called it, but some strepta something bacteria in the urine. And then they did a bunch more labs and stuff too to see. Yes, they're doing breathing treatments. And then he's got his little, the little spirometer thing to do the breathing too. He was comparing that to a bong. He's like, I got this. Duchess, I don't know if they've checked that yet, but I do know that they have him. So he's on oral azithromycin. And then what is it that he's on? IV. I had to text it to Duchess because I was like, what the Grosephin? He's on. Yes, he is. He's got an incentive spirometer. But he has it's Rosephin and in the IV, and then azithromycin in oral form. They're doing double duty. And then they've given him Toradol for pain and Tylenol because the coughing's making him hurt really bad. So they've been giving him we're not sure exactly what started it. They think more of an influenza type strain because Kenzie had influenza A, but then he flew. So we're not really sure. We all had influenza A around Thanksgiving and he didn't catch it. But then when he was left for Washington for work and then came home right before Christmas and got sick as freaking shit. Vancomycin. Yeah, that's what they gave my mom when she had pneumonia was vancomycin. Yes. He was Aries. He was 89 was his O2 sats, 8990 when we went in on Friday, and he had his skin was purple. He was in really bad shape on Friday, really bad shape. And he was scared. Thankfully, he was scared enough to go in. Unfortunately, Rainbow, everybody's getting sick. Everybody's sick. Yeah, and he's had a horrible headache, but it was just the and I might be wrong about whatever you said above, but he was in really bad shape. So when we went in on Friday, we went to a standalone ER not far from our house, and they they knew they were going to admit him almost immediately because they couldn't get his O2 sats up, and he was in bad shape. They did all the labs and stuff, and everything was elevated, you know, the dehydration. He was in bad shape. But because the hospitals in the valley have no hospital beds, it took them about 16 hours to get him a bed. So then they transferred him yesterday to the main hospital. So for the first 16 hours, he was just in like a standalone ER, which they have, you know, the bare minimum to treat patients. They're usually in and out. So they're not equipped for, like, I had to take him a blanket and a pillow because they didn't even have any blankets left. They don't have a cafeteria or anything. So I had to go get him food. He didn't even eat. He ate his apple pie that night and a cookie. That was it. But they didn't have anything. So they took him by ambulance. They transferred him yesterday by ambulance from the standalone ER to the main hospital. And he's been there since. Yeah, it's great that he's had excellent staff. The doctor at the standalone ER, all of them have been exceptional. I can't even say it, like, his team has been exceptional. Yeah, that's what scared him, Aries, was he looked down at his legs. He showered on Friday, and he kept saying to you, on the way to the hospital or on the way to the ER, when he wanted to drive himself. He wanted to fucking drive himself because it was my birthday and he didn't want to ruin it. He kept saying, I'm sorry. So as we're driving to the ER, he looks over at me and he goes, do you want to go to dinner after? And I looked at him and I was like, no, I do not. Like, I felt so bad, but I was like, no. And he kept saying, I'm so sorry, babe. I'm so sorry. I'm ruining your birthday. I'm like, I could give two shits less, but he wanted to drive himself. He didn't want to bother me. I was like, sir. Well, and I hadn't slept the night before because his breathing was so bad and I was watching him and I got my stomach so riled up and upset because he's so stubborn. He didn't want to go in. Halfway there, he did look over to me and say, I'm glad I didn't drive myself. Yeah, you think? Vancomycin is so strong. I don't know what the standard protocol is for it, but they can't be on it they have to switch your IV sites quite often because it's so hard on the veins. Right, Mimi? Yeah. Hoosier, he is. He really is. He is always worried about everybody else. I'm sorry. I'm like, stop it. It's terrible, but that's what I was worried, Elizabeth. I was worried. He asked me, he was like, what would have happened next? And I'm like, you probably would have started hallucinating or having like crazy thoughts and, you know, and then who knows? I don't want to know. We don't want to know. But that happens a lot. Oh my gosh, Casual Earth, that's a lot. Oh my gosh, that's horrible, Aries. Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, my mom has had MRSA numerous times. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Maybe I'm just glad he went when he did. It's scary and it's going around like these viruses are going around all over the country. Like every one of the nurses has just they're exhausted because they have been running. There's just no beds. So yes, Hoosier, I have been being very careful. My hands are kind of they're super dry right now because I've been washing them so much going in and out of the hospital but we'll be okay. So, all right, you guys, I am going to get out of here and go to bed. MRSA is, it is terrible. Yes. ICE doctors, between the doctors and the nurses, like the doctor's on call right now. That doctor at the standalone ER, oh my goodness, she was incredible. She was incredible. I can't speak highly enough about her. We've had some really good experiences, thankfully. I'm always appreciative of all medical staff because truly they are lifesavers. They really are. Like without them, whew. Oh, Katie K. Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support and thank you for the birthday wishes. I will see you guys. Yeah. Respiratory stuff. And she's got pre-existing respiratory stuff too, Casual Art. Thank you, Patty. Thank you again, too. Thank you again, baby. All of you guys are so stinking sweet. That was, yeah, some of your guys' stories scared the shit out of me because it was exactly like what I was seeing happen to Kyle. And I'm like, oh my God. The septic stuff? Oh, no. No. No, my birthday was Friday. It was Friday. All right, you guys, have a great night. Katie K, thank you guys all for the support. Thank you, every one of you. Thank you for being here and letting me vent and just hang out with you guys and decompress some today. I really appreciate you guys just listening to me ramble sometimes because it does help to just kind of vent it out. So I will see you guys very soon and I'll keep you guys updated on Kyle too. Hopefully tomorrow might be a better day. So good night, you all. Thank you again.